Good morning, Howard. How are you doing? Or afternoon for you, I suppose.
Afternoon for me, yeah, and yeah, all good. Thanks very much. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Afternoon here as well. Here's Walter. Hey, Walter.
Hey
How's it
guys,
going?
how are you?
Hey, Walter.
Good evening for you.
I'm good, thank you. How are you? How are you doing?
Not too bad. Looking forward to a long weekend.
All right, I just need to quickly. I know we have to go live shortly, but I just need to quickly pop to the toilet.
No worries.
But
We
I
just
will be
went
back
live
in
now,
like
so you do your thing,
less than a minute.
and then we'll get going so long.
Gotcha.
No problem.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Should I kick off?
Yeah, please do, Howard.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the theme has been weaker dollar on the currency side, all pretty much in line with the that kind of long-term view that sees the dollar accelerating lower in a major downtrend. Interesting that we've recently broken above the range high on euro dollar. Let me just share my screen.
Okay. Yeah, I was watching your Elliott wave counts last night from home on YouTube. The bigger picture views, always good to see.
Sorry. Yeah. It seems to be panning out fairly well. So we've had that acceleration higher through the top of the wave one high, and that really confirms. I called this as an ABC correction, which it was. Now that we're through the top of wave one, so that's going pretty well. So yeah, I think we're in the acceleration phase on euro dollar. And I think we'll start to see it really kind of ramp up, certainly above 120 in the not too distant future. I think we are at the in the very early stages of a new multi-year bull cycle.
Howard, we're losing you there a little bit. Can you hear me?
So just kind of going back a little bit on these coming through.
There we go.
So we had a long-term bear cycle from 2008, and based out in 2022. We saw the first leg up, the first wave of the new uptrend, then the second wave, which was the kind of the retest of the low, if you will, and then we started to accelerate higher in the early stages of wave three, which should, I think, take us up to much higher levels in the long term. So for me, because we're in the acceleration phase in a new bull cycle for euro dollar, that's why I'm kind of a bit more aggressive than I would normally be when it comes to taking trades. Not waiting for normal pullbacks, I think, is the way I've been approaching strategies on, particularly from the long side, because I think we're in a kind of acceleration phase. Onto the second now. So yeah, we've had a nice big acceleration earlier on this week. And we're just seeing a few kind of narrow ranges now, I guess ahead of the long weekend holiday, just to unwind the overbought condition of this last move higher. Maybe the corrective low was seen day before yesterday, possibly, because we had a nice green candle on yesterday, so that could well be for this correction. So for me, just looking for buying the dips on this thing, looking for move higher. I don't really want to be doing it today.
How would I keep losing you? I'm not sure if it's on my end, but how would you keep cutting in and out?
Yeah, it's breaking up a little bit on my side as well.
Yeah, you okay, Richard? Am I okay?
You were breaking up a few times. It's coming and going.
Coming and going. Okay, all right. I'll tell you what, I'll pass it across to you guys, and I'll just switch over my connection.
Okay. Let's do that. Walter, you want to take the lead there?
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Let me just share my screen. So yeah, hope you guys have had a pretty decent week so far. I know, of course, like we've got the long weekend ahead of us from tomorrow. So yeah, so I'm just going to share sort of like what I'm looking at for both gold and Bitcoin as well. So currently, gold for me is a short. I'm actually still in a short position on this. So funny thing actually, so this is where my entry originally was at the tip of this order block, and price basically came back up to retest just at the start of New York before 8 o'clock, before trading back down again. So short is still the most optimal direction. If you take a look on the bigger picture, right, we've seen the market has given 3 days of rallying, and then we had sort of like a correction day on Monday, and then after that we had 2 more days of rallying. So I am anticipating a potential bullish continuation, but right now I'm anticipating before that continuation a short-term bearish corrective move. In terms of where the market will correct to, we take a look on the 4-hour time frame. So right now we can see the market has traded into this sort of like into this fair value gap, filled it, bounced back up. This bounce up went into an area of, so it went from sell side to buy side. So on the 1 hour, we can see where that buy side was engineered within this fair value gap, right? And now obviously we can anticipate the market is heading back down to sell side again. So if we go into the 4 hour, the next draw on sell side liquidity, we can see that this is a relatively balanced market up until this very, very small fair value gap down here, right? So if I zoom into this just a bit slightly, you can see a lot clearer. It's a very small gap right there, right? So on the 4 hour time frame, this is the next sort of like major draw on liquid on sell side pool, right? But of course, if we take a look on the 1 hour time frame, right, between where price currently is and that fair value gap, we can see that there's obviously this short-term low down here, right? So we can see there's this short-term low down here. This is the low of today, essentially. And I do see price trading below the low of today, because right now we are in the middle of a like a 15 to 30 minutes bearish cycle. So if the market were to break below this low, it will be a very smooth journey to the next low, which is this low down here. And if we do see a lot of momentum towards this low, then it's very likely the market will also take out this low and potentially trade into that 4 hour imbalance. But as a maximum, this 4 hour imbalance is where I'm actually anticipating a bearish run to. But at the same time, there's a likelihood we could see some sort of an inflection at any one of these 1 hour short-term lows that could potentially lead to a bullish continuation to the upside. So the question then is, where am I actually looking to take profit, and what kind of opportunities can we anticipate to trade a potential continuation in New York? Well, the answer to that question is on the 15 and the 30 minutes time frame. So right now, the 30 minutes time frame is still in the middle of a bearish cycle. We are in that second instance, so we can see that there was a break of market structure. There was this fair value gap that was coincided with this bearish order block, and of course, it's a very classic setup that I've taken many times, where after that second leg has been created, they take the sell opportunity at the order block, and the stop goes above the high, right? So yeah, it's a very classic setup on the 30 minutes. And then of course, for me, that TP target is at the 4 hour imbalance, which is a potential 1 to 3 RR, right? We can see that, of course, the market did give another opportunity for entry at 8 a.m. New York time, and is now sort of, it looks like it's trading back into the range. But if we take a look on the 15 minutes time frame, right? So the 15 minutes paints a slightly different picture. So we're seeing on the 15, the market has given a full bearish cycle to the downside. So we have 1, we have 2, and we have 3. After which the market reversed. So this reversal was, of course, that 30 minutes contraction into that first bearish order block. And then after that reversal, we can see the market gave a reset continuation to the downside. So I need to just update my labels. This is the first instance of that new bearish cycle on the 15. There's a second instance. And then, of course, this is that third instance. And again, after the third instance, we anticipate some sort of a correction. We can see the market corrected again into that bearish order block. So for me, what this looks like on the 15 minutes is that the market is accumulating, right? It's just sort of bouncing up and down. So again, like with accumulations, I tend to be a little bit more careful because I never assume that the market will leave the accumulation range. Rather, what I always assume is that the market is likely going to stay in the range. So anyway, so on the upside, we've seen the market gave this sort of like two bullish legs. So a lot of the time when we see contractions against the dominant trend, we don't always get that free leg. Sometimes we get 1, 2, and then after 2, we get a reset to the downside. So the question is, has the market demonstrated a bearish reset yet? Well, yes, it has. So we can see that the market came down and gave a bearish break of market structure to the downside right there, right? So at this point onwards, now there is going to be an opportunity in New York. I'm fairly confident of that. But the way this opportunity would look like for me is I want to see the market deliver a second leg to the downside, right? So I want to see a 1, I want to see a 2, right? When the market delivers a 2, right, my area of interest is going to be the most recent bearish order block, which in this case would be this right there. If the market were to break and close below it, delivering that second leg, then what I would be obviously then, of course, if you're looking to take a position in New York session, then you'd want to be selling at the retest of the order block if the market were to retest there. Stop goes above the high, and in this case, I would again still aim for that sort of like H4 L imbalance on the downside, and that's a potential out of 1 to 3. Okay, so right now that's not confirmed yet, so I would wait for that second leg to be created. I do not like taking trades from first instance, so I do not like taking trades immediately after break of structure. The reason being is because a lot of the time the market could look like it's broken structure, or it looks like it's confirmed, but then it keeps moving to the upside. So what I like to do, I like to wait for the break of structure, and I like to wait for that second leg. For me, that is more of a solid confirmation and a clearer indication of a potential continuation in line with that
Nice.
trend. So yeah, so that's what I'm waiting for now on the 15 minutes for gold in New York session. That would be the opportunity that would best present itself for this particular currency pair. Now for Bitcoin, so my bias on Bitcoin still remains the same. It's funny because, you know, I mentioned this on Monday, it's now Thursday. Bitcoin has pretty much hasn't done anything between, so if you look at where price is on Monday compared to where it is today, it's still in the same range. Yeah, so it's a sideways market, it's an accumulatory market, so it hasn't really done much. But my bias as Monday is still the same. I am anticipating the market to break to the upside potentially, and obviously to target these relative equal highs before a potential. I do see a bearish. I do see potential bearishness to the downside in the long term. When the market could trade into this sort of like into this order block that remains unmitigated, potentially even taking out this short-term low before a sort of like a sustained reversal to the upside, if that does happen this year. But before that happens, okay, I'm anticipating the market to take out sort of like shorter-term targets in areas that still needs to be rebalanced. So the next area that needs to be rebalanced.
Wouldn't that turn you bullish if you got back up there?
Sorry.
Wouldn't you go bullish if you got back up to those levels that you're targeting?
It'll be bullish in the short term. So right now the market is seeking buy side, and where those equal highs are. So if we go on the weekly time frame, that is simply the next. I'm going to get rid of this, right? On the weekly time frame, that is the next major draw on buy side. So it's basically this high right there, right?
Yeah.
So this swing high. That swing high.
Okay. So you can see a test of that level and then it comes down.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, right now, the easiest thing I can anticipate is the market taking out those relative equal highs, right? Anything beyond that right now is just going to be full on guesswork. But I still stand by my original thesis about this current bullishness isn't going to be the bullishness that would see price trade back to 100K. The reason being is because right now the market is accumulating, and as per the rule of any sort of like sustained accumulation, before any move in the direction of intent, what usually happens is a sort of a manipulative move below. So if we're anticipating, if our intended direction for the long term for Bitcoin is bullish, then unless we see, or unless I see a very aggressive manipulation below this accumulatory range, i.e., I do want to see the market given a very like successful bearish move below these lows and then immediately trading back into the range. This kind of structure for me would be the largest validation that the market could rally to the 100K. But until then, the price action is too sluggish and too slow for any kind of sustained rally to the upside towards any major key levels. So for now, I'm on the long term, I'm most certainly not bullish yet until the market has taken out these lows. But in the short term intraday level, bullishness is the direction until the market takes out these relative equal highs to the upside. And this is also supported on the 15 and the 30 minutes time frame. So on the 30 minutes time frame, right now price is in accumulation range, but there are still cycles within the range as well. So we can see the market obviously gave a full bullish cycle yesterday, and then slumps to the downside to give that sort of aggressive move, taking out the low of the range. Like this kind of moves are very typical in accumulative ranges, where you can see, like, you know, the market could move in a direction within like 4 or 5 hours, and then within a space of an hour it undoes that move. But after this, the market resets to the upside. So this is the first instance, and we had a bullish break of structure right there. This took place earlier today, right? So if we're now interested in an area of interest for entry, right, it will be this bullish order block right there, right? So it's currently where price is in right now, right? So this general area is where I'm going to be looking to go long. But for me, I'm only going to be interested in going long if within the next 2 hours, if the market were to trade below this low. Because why? This is the most recent area of any sort of significant price action within today's session. And as we're now going into a new period, which is the New York session, I do want to see the market take out a major liquidity pool within this order block for me to have any sort of conviction of a continuation happening within this session. So if I do see an aggressive price action below this low, then I'm going to be looking to enter long. But target-wise, I'm not going to be targeting the equal highs because, again, price is in an accumulative range. So let's just assume it will remain in this range until next week. So the highest point of this accumulative range is this high that was created on Tuesday. So therefore, any attempt for me to buy today, if that were to happen, would only be to the high of this current accumulative range, which would be the high that was created on Tuesday. Anything else beyond this for me right now would be guesswork. So until I see a firm break above and then a retest, and I take that continuation to the equal highs. But if that doesn't happen, I'm simply just looking to trade to the high of the range. So right now, 30 minutes is supporting a bullish cycle. And then on the 15 minutes, it's pretty much the same. So at 15 minutes yesterday, the bullish cycle already started. We had the first instance, secondary instance. The market came down, purged the recent low, traded back into the range, and the market has been sort of stuck within this range. So this is the range, the high and the low for the whole day, right? But the intended direction is still bullish. So until the market takes out this high and creates a new high, right, this is still a bullish cycle on the 15 minutes. So 30 and the 15 are a little bit aligned. The 30 has a more cleaner structure to this. But for now, I do want to see the market take out a significant low before I take a bullish setup. So that's my bias for gold and Bitcoin. Gold is making its way to creating that second leg. So I will keep you guys updated when it does create a second leg. Cool. That's when I'll be looking to pull another trigger for a short. And Bitcoin, when it takes out this low, that's when I'll be looking to pull a trigger for a long. So that is it for me with regards to these two.
Nice. Man with a plan. Howard, do you want to continue where you
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry about that. So let's zoom in. Let's zoom into where we are. 1 second. Okay. So yeah, staying on euro dollar. So as I say, we took out the high of the down bar on the daily chart here. So this was kind of, that told me that was the end of that correction. So we've got a kind of an ABC corrective low down here at 112.64. So we've had the swing to the upside since then, and now we've corrected back into the previous fourth wave of the previous degree. I think that we may have made the low for the corrective pullback here. So I'm getting pretty close to putting on a buy trade for euro dollar. Just looking for the thing maybe to have a little nibble down towards 113.50, 15 pips below where we are now. So that could be perhaps and I know the time's getting a little bit tight in terms of the end of the week and the holiday and everything, but maybe there could be some late strength in this one to finish off the week, the short week. So that's what I'd be looking for, is perhaps one final little push down towards the low of the session, and then a kind of a V-shaped reversal up through this resistance level here, which comes in at what, 113, just 113.88 and a half. The alternative for me, I guess, would be to buy the break of that level, because then I think we'd be definitely in the early stages of a third wave higher. And as I say, I like to buy strength when I think we're in a wave 3. So I think the second wave is based out, looking to get in for the wave 3, which takes us up to new highs. Cool. So that's euro dollar. Cable has done a similar kind of thing. It's been so strong, obviously, of late, barely pausing for breath. Just kicking it off with the weekly. So obviously going way back to the swing low in 2022, we're in a kind of a nice confirmed uptrend. We have had this year, we had that first swing up, which got quite carried away around 132, and then we got the rejection lower, and then we had the push down, which obviously kind of neutralized that push up. So we had long upper shadow, long lower shadow, and now we've kind of back into, I think we've taken all the bulls and the short-term bears out of the market, and now we're just about to resume this trend. So I think, again, as with euro dollar, I think we're in a kind of acceleration phase, where we see that's the whole swing, that's the correction of it. If you want to call it a second wave, I think it's a second wave correction of this first wave higher. I think now we are in the early stages of this break that should take us to and through the major swing high. So I'm really bullish on cable, as I'm really bullish on euro dollar. So zooming into the shorter term stuff, again, as with euro dollar, I think we've seen the end of a corrective pullback. This one in early Asia, in the Asian session, just above 132, the figure. So we're starting to see a kind of a developing uptrend here, series of higher highs and higher lows on the 30-minute chart. So for me, as with euro dollar, I think if we perhaps got back to 132.40 or so, 142.35, just down here, some of these old highs, that would be a good entry point to have a crack at the certainly have a go at the intraday high, or rather yesterday's high, the swing high, and then maybe beyond. But don't forget, we're kind of approaching a long weekend, so it might be one of those things where we kind of we might get filled on a long position and it goes nowhere, and then we close it, and then we come in and it's gapped higher on over the weekend. But that's what you're up against if you're if you're not holding over a weekend, and particularly a holiday weekend. But you can see where the bias is, and you can see where the kind of the entry points would be should we get down there in this session for sure. So that's cable. The dollar yen not advisable. So dollar yen again.
Would you advise holding over like a 3-day weekend?
Only if I've got a very wide stop, and that stop would be on maybe 1 or 2 day highs and lows. That's the kind of if you're doing that kind of trading, you need to have your stop below maybe like a 2-day high or a 2-day low kind of thing, because anything is almost anything is possible over a long weekend. So if you're doing day trade stuff and you're trying to grab 20, 30, 40 pips, then probably that's not such a good idea. So yeah, but dollar yen back to the long-term thing, obviously in line with the new bear market for the US dollar. So we topped out back in 2024, first wave down, and then we saw that ABC rebound, which is wave 2, and then we started to break down in the early stages of this third wave, which I think we have the first leg down. There's a little second wave there, and we're kind of in wave 3 of this new sequence. So again, acceleration phase for me. If and when we break through this wave 1 low, then that for me is the trigger for the big acceleration down. So again, as with Eurodollar, as with cable, I'm kind of looking to sell into dollar bounces, shallow dollar bounces. And as we are in what I think is an acceleration phase, I'm not looking for big corrections against the trend. Just moving into where we are on the intraday. So yeah, this kind of blast higher, that was the good news on the tariffs. This where dollar yen just took off, and we've since reversed all of that move. So again, I like to see, I love those moves where you get a fundamental news triggered move, and then over the course of the next day or two or three, the whole thing is reversed, and that tells you which way the market really wants to go.
Yeah.
Particularly if they're against the trend. I love those. If they go against the trend, you get a fundamental drive higher against the trend. That can really be a great signal for me. So kind of this is a kind of entry point for a long-term trade here, and it targets the low 141s, I believe, at least. So yeah, swing down, sideways L-shaped recovery, just bumping along the bottom. Had a kind of false breakdown the other day, back into the range, and now here we are. We're pressing on the range lows again. So I think settlement below 142, that could be that could get us ready to see an acceleration through to new swing lows. So yeah, obviously still mega bearish on the US dollar. Of interest, the Aussie, the CAD, and the Kiwi have kind of swung into line now. Whereas if you look at the Aussie, for example, on the tariff news, the initial tariff news, the dollar collapsed, and so did the Aussie dollar against the US dollar. So we had that kind of divergence. And again, in a similar vein to what we just seen on dollar yen with the reversal of the news related move, here we are. We've completely reversed that news related move. So there are no sellers in the market now, or if there are, they're completely on the wrong side of the market, and they will be chasing this market higher, in my opinion. A short squeeze will really kick off once we get through some of these highs. So again, looking to buy dips on the Aussie dollar, maybe even a breakout trade once we can start clearing one or two of these pivot points. I think the Kiwi has kind of done the same thing, but is a bit ahead of the curve. If I can find the Kiwi in there. So the kind of move I'm looking for on the Aussie is essentially what the Kiwi has done. So you can see the same kind of idea there, where the news came out, the dollar collapsed, but so did the Kiwi dollar against everything. And we've since reversed the whole thing and started kicking off this new trend. So for me, these can be some of the major drivers of new trends, when you get a big fundamental move one way and it gets completely reversed. And for me, you know, there's only one way the market really should be going once you stop all these people out. You can imagine the panic selling that people did on these few days. And once it gets up here, then they realize they're on the wrong side of the market, and then push comes to shove, and away you go. So that's definitely one of the things I like to look for in addition to the Elliott wave stuff, and in addition to some of the shorter term things that I look at, is when a news related move has been reversed, because it can give you a clue as to which way the market is positioned. So yeah, again, same thing. So we're starting to see a broad-based dollar decline. That's the message I'm trying to get across. Is that the dollar is going down against most currencies now. It's not just against the Europeans and the yen kind of thing. And the CAD, we were looking at that descending triangle on the daily chart, which broke. So we had the wave one down, wave two up, and it just settled into that descending triangle in that boring range. And I got a little bit frustrated with it, trying to buy breakouts and sell breakouts and stuff like that. But it basically gravitated towards the support line, and eventually it broke through, boom. And then we even had the classic retest So break of pattern, retest of broken support, and now the acceleration phase has begun. 1, 2, 3 down, very weak rally up, big down day yesterday, and again shallow bounce today. So this could be breaking down, if not tonight, then I think in the early stages of next week. So yeah, that's pretty much where I stand on all the dollar majors. The yen crosses, euro yen. So we're still stuck in this big range on euro yen. So we're kind of top at top end of the range. So I think my bias would be to be selling, looking for maybe 1 or 2 days down towards the bottom of the range. In terms of the bigger picture, I suspect that the trend is now down purely because of this ABC rally. So we have an impulsive move to the downside from the high. We have an A, B, and a C to the corrective high, and everything since then has just been two-way chop. So I think that the major trend is actually down, and this is a great place to think about selling it for the next leg down. But I think you've got to be very patient with this one, because the cross rates, they're not as clean as the US dollar against the dollar pairs, if you will. So I suppose that probably means that ties in with dollar yen leading the way down on the dollar bear market for me.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah. So that's pretty much where I stand on the currencies. I'll hand it back across to you guys for now.
Right. So
unless there's any questions on. Sure.
Walter, you're right for me to share my screen quick.
Yes, of course. Go for it, please.
Let me just get that over. There we go. All right. So again, looking at my liquidity sweep strategy on the NASDAQ, S&P 500, as well as the crude oil market. Let's just quickly start here with crude oil. We've had the 62.75 level that's just been penetrated, and price has started declining. But this didn't happen during my time window. This does occur sometimes. This might have been the actual high of the day, or maybe temporary high of the day. But that's already been quite a drop lower. They already broke a little bit below a previous price structure point. And that 62.75 level acted as a little bit resistance during the overnight session. And that high actually came from here on the 9th of April, 62.75. So just penetrated that. We are seeing a little bit of weakness at the moment. But again, unfortunately, it happened slightly before my time window or trade window. So I'm just going to let it be and see what transpires. Then maybe price makes another high or moves up again. So I'll probably be not trading crude oil today. Then we have the S&P 500 broke below the overnight session low. And, that's typically what I would like to then see afterwards, a reversal to the upside. The problem I have with this, if I go to my 1 minute time frame, is that this move upwards been a little bit lackluster. I won't say lackluster. It's just there's not been a lot of follow through here on the NASDAQ side of things. Typically these markets do follow each other in direction. So the ES has shown a little bit of early strength, whereas the NASDAQ hasn't. So again, what I want to see now after that level's been broken, which already occurred, was a break of previous price structure, which we've had there. But since the NASDAQ was lagging a little bit in showing some strength, I stayed out of this trade right for the time being. There was a fair value gap here. You can see that's been broken. There was one a little bit lower down. Price pulled into all of them, but they've also all been broken. So for me, that's a temporary sign of weakness. Of course, the SPX might go up from here. But like I said, I don't want to trade that until I start seeing a little bit of strength coming in here on the NASDAQ as well. Right, so if we do get a nice strong push up here on the NASDAQ, then I'll be interested in taking a long potentially targeting the overnight highs around 18,530. Then I've also got that 15-minute range.
Will you be waiting for a fair value gap to form on that as well when it pushes back up into the range?
Yeah, but I don't know if you remember, I'm also looking at this little strategy over here where you mark off the first or the range of the first 15 minutes, right? And you can see also here, and that's actually the range from 9:30 till 9:45, right? First 3 candles in a 5-minute time frame. So the first candle that actually closes above or below that range, that gives me sort of like a direction for a scalp. But I'm also aware of this huge fair value gap that price has been testing a few times here. So I'm kind of trying to approach this from the point that if price can break that fair value gap, then it'll be a reverse kind of fair value gap. Closed above that 5-minute range that I'm be talking about, then potentially trade to the upside. So just a little bit more of like an extra confirmation that price is actually getting ready to make a move to the upside again. So yesterday's range worked out pretty well. There was a little trade to the downside. I didn't take that, just knowing that we had an overnight session lows here, which price just fell short of, moved back up. So you would have actually been wish-washed on both sides here. But with this, you can actually try to get an enter again, and the second time it breaks below that opening range, there was quite a substantial decline to the downside. So I didn't trade this yesterday, just knowing, and I was actually talking about this in the room, knowing that we have this overnight session lows, expecting that because there wasn't much risk reward towards that low for me to actually take a trade there. So initial bull breakout just didn't move far enough, if that makes sense. So, I'm looking at, yes, potentially 2 different type of strategies here. So you've got to be careful which one, you go and so the one doesn't influence the other. But I do find sometimes that, if you're a little bit on the sidelines of which direction you want to be going, then, especially here on the NASDAQ, because I use this 15-minute range breakout strategy as well. And with that fair value gap that's present there, if we do get a break above it, we do close above that 15-minute range high, then that at least gives me a directional indication of potentially taking a long. So that high currently, where prices, well, the high of the opening range is at 18,390 on the NASDAQ. So again, not looking here at crude oil per se anymore. And you see there's lots more strength here on the S&P 500. So thus far, it does look like we might get a break up above there. And if that does occur, I'll switch to 1-minute time frame and see if I can get into a trade and potentially target the highs at 18,531. Right, so with the strength in the ES, it might, the NASDAQ will probably just catch up today. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. If I switch to 1 minute on the NASDAQ, price did break above this little swing here, that occurred prior to this swing low here. So boom, boom, boom. Fair value gap occurred prior to that break. So this could also be, according to that strategy, a pullback into that fair value gap can get me long for a potential trade to the upside. All right, so we have now kind of broken above that fair value gap. And I do think it's probably time to start thinking about getting long here. So if the NASDAQ for me can pull back into that area, I'll be interested in going long to the upside. Getting a nice strong push up here. All right, so that's my plan. Let's see if we can see if the NASDAQ moves a little bit lower. Either this one or trade, because sometimes price doesn't pull back, especially if you deal with a strong bounce or reversal. Then perhaps this one will be a better trade to try and take on the strategy. Right, so I'll keep an eye on things on my side here. If anything occurs, then I'll let you guys know. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Are you seeing anything on your side?
I mean, yes, I mean, there's been some progress with regards to gold.
Okay.
1 second. I can share my screen.
All right.
So give me a second. Just getting a bit of a lag. For whatever reason, my trading view is there we go. Perfect. Yeah, so just a bit of progress on gold. Yeah, so that second leg again is just like in the process of forming. So I mentioned again, anticipating the market to sort of deliver that lower leg to create another swing low, and then as like obviously this is my area of interest for entry. But again, I'm just waiting for that break to confirm, and that break is only confirmed for me when a swing low forms that doesn't trade back into this range. And then that would be an opportunity to, if the market were to pull back to retest this, then that would be a perfect sell continuation for New York towards these lows down here. But for now, so I'm already holding a trade from here. So right now I'm just waiting to see if there's an opportunity for me to take another one. But the target I'm looking at is that sort of like that 4-hour imbalance below. So yes, so that's just the update on this. It is progressing.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I've just taken a long trade on sterling dollar on cable. With a, okay. I'll just quickly share my screen and I'll hand it back to you. 1 second.
Yeah, no, please go for it. That's fine.
Okay. Okay. Should be coming through shortly.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. That's the one, yeah. So basically I was waiting for a bit of a deeper setback, but it seemed to find support again from this previous swing high. So basically I've gone in with a stop at 132.30 down here, back under this resistance zone, and obviously targeting an acceleration later in the session. We've got some highs around 32.80 to 32.90 would be the target zone for this trade. So maybe a bit of late action for this one. It seems it's had plenty of opportunities to go down, and it's just too strong. So I'm taking a stab at this one, and I think maybe we could see the next leg of this uptrend to start to head on to at least retest the swing high that we've seen. Okay.
No, that's a very good long position. How long do you think you're going to need to hold down for?
This will be to the end of the New York session. I won't hold it over the weekend. Yeah, yeah. I'm looking for a run into the close.
No, that makes sense.
And gold is going the other way.
You guys see my trading view, by the way?
Yeah. Coming through.
Showing now. There we go.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, so yeah, so just update on this. I mean, Bitcoin, again, just waiting for Bitcoin to take out the low of the range down here. I'll be looking to go short from below the low, also go long. Gold has made progress. So again, it's not much to say just now, just waiting for the next two. Obviously, this candle closes in 34, less than 30 seconds. Waiting for the next two 15-minute candles to confirm a swing low. If it does, then it could be just the next candle actually. So if the next candle fails to trade below this, so that'll be a swing low. Then I'll be looking to trade a continuation short from there. So yes, at this point, it's just a waiting game. Price is progressing nicely, but again, it's just important to sort of like just wait for the right set of confirmations before engaging. So yeah, so that was it for me in terms of an update.
Yeah, guys,
Gotcha.
nothing happened yet.
Nothing on the indices yet?
No, not yet. Price is approaching an area, but I'm very, very sort of cautious because price hasn't exited that range yet. It's sort of just bouncing in the first 50-minute range there. I can show you my charts again. Sorry, I just have to reload it. It did freeze a little bit. There we go. So this is that fair value gap. The NASDAQ has just tested it. That being said, we're sort of trading within this first 15-minute or 5-minute candle here. So if we can clear that high of that range, then I'll be a bit more, how can I say, happy to take a trade here.
So still stuck in the opening range kind of thing.
Yeah, still stuck in that opening range. So a little bit of sideways price action. But price is trying to push higher, which looks like a good thing. But if it doesn't want to do it, then we might continue lower for the day. So difficult one. We did get a nice test of that fair value gap. Price is trying to push higher. But like I said, I'll be willing to trade this strategy if price can just clear that first 15-minute range. So let's see. It might happen soon. It might not. I think when was it? Monday when I first started showing this. Price stayed in that range for I think almost 2 hours, way past our
2 hours.
And then actually it did break out of it, and then it went into the right direction, or according to the strategy's direction. But
yeah,
might be one of those days.
I had a very similar day on like that on Eurodollar yesterday. I kind of bought an upside breakout of the opening range kind of thing, and just sat through the whole day into late New York, with the market oscillating either side of my buy price, and it hit my target in the end in a kind of a final spurt in New York, but it was quite frustrating to sit through the chop.
That can also be difficult as a trader. So you don't see any like proper direction. You start wondering about things.
Yeah.
So it's not really a lot of push up here, either on the SPX. It's not really getting going, maybe if it starts clearing the 5309 level properly with some follow through, then that might be a good indication. But we'll see. Stuck in the range. We had unemployment claims
on my side,
which was a little bit better than expected. And I think there's an ECB press conference. When does that finish? Does that have any effect on the euro?
Yeah, usually
ECB would have an effect on the euro.
Yeah, usually it has seen a little bit of volatility, but not a whole lot really.
Okay.
1.5 hours ago, the thing came out, and just a little bit of volatility, but nothing major. So people just move on.
Cool. You guys got something happening on your side there?
Not a lot.
Just a lot of action.
Yeah, still in cable in sterling, just waiting for the market to hopefully move a bit higher. On euro dollar, I'm looking at 113.70 to 113.80 as a settlement to think about buying buying it for the next leg up. Let's just present on that. We may not get the dip that I was looking for. Should come through on any second on the 5-minute chart. So yeah, so that's the push down to the day session low, and we started to kind of trend higher from it. In fact, after the announcement, really. So a little bit of chop since
almost
the announcement.
Like a small triangle forming there.
Yeah, could well be. Yeah, down.
Yeah.
Yeah, down up. Yeah, it's kind of it's not sure. It could just curl over. So that's always the risk. I think if we can bust perhaps this reaction high 1370 or so, then and we start to nibble higher, then that will probably be the early warning for me. And certainly if we can get back above this recovery high. So that for me, I'd like to see it up in the 70s, the 113.70s to add to the dollar short position on the cable.
Okay.
But yeah, it looks like it's just struggling a little bit here, so let it do its thing.
No,
I mean, with this week being what it is, especially with Easter coming up, it looks like the market is just sort of not looking to really commit to anything right now. Yeah, I think it's like a consistent thing, even with Bitcoin just hanging around in the same place for the whole week. Hasn't really done much.
Yeah.
So I won't be surprised because I've seen Bitcoin like move in a very active way on public holidays. Because I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 24/7 market. I feel like traders, when they're off, they get bored and trade Bitcoin instead. So I do feel like we are probably going to see a lot of activity on it tomorrow.
Likely.
Yeah, it depends on what the president talks about or tweets.
Tweets over the weekend.
I don't think anything can surprise the market anymore at this point. You know, it's a lot of things has been factored in, even the whole tariff stuff. Like, people are not really surprised with what's happening anymore. They kind of expect craziness. Like, that's the state of the market. So if anything normal happens, I think that's going to be more of if Trump, for example, tomorrow says, all right, guys, you know, we're going to put tariffs back to what it was before, that will shock the market. But if tomorrow he says, you know what, we're going to increase tariffs to like 500%, the market will be like, you know, we're used to what you're already saying and the stupidness that's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So gold is about to
pick any number you like, you know.
Yeah. Arbitrary. But yeah, gold is about to trigger my pending order. So I'm about to get into the market on a long on gold. So yeah, hopefully we see that fast, rapid. Yeah, I'm going to share my screen now. Hopefully we see that fast, rapid price reaction as usual. There we go, right below that low. Now, ideally, I do not want to see price hanging around. Yeah, so that's now in. So yeah, stop loss. I just put my stop loss firmly below that order block. The risk reward on this is actually pretty good. Because I'm aiming to just get out the highs of 1 to 5 risk reward. It's a really, really good risk reward. So if this works out, it will make my week. Because right now, like, Bitcoin hasn't been that active this week. Gold has just been, prior to today, has just been pumping like for literally the whole week. You know, this is where price was on Monday. Monday gold was at 3.1, and now it's, you know, it went up to 3.3. So yeah, it's just been a very crazy week of just price rallying over, rarely leaving any room. So there's barely any opportunity for them to actually engage in any sort of buying or selling. It's just sort of been like just single directional. So today is the first day where there was actually something solid for me to trade on this. So yeah, so let's see if hopefully this Bitcoin trade also works out as well. Then that'll be a nice way to sort of end the week before the long holiday tomorrow. I'm gonna go for a hike in one of the Hong Kong mountains. That'll be nice.
That's awesome. Have you been to Hong Kong before?
Yeah, I've been before. So every time I come, I try to do a new hike, somewhere new. So last time I hiked to the peak. So tomorrow I'm gonna do Dragon's Back, which apparently shouldn't be too difficult.
Sounds difficult. The Dragon's Back.
Yeah, apparently it's a relatively easy. Hope it doesn't break my back. Exactly. I do like a bit of a challenging hike, so I hope it's not going to be too easy either. We'll see how it goes. A nice early morning hike to keep myself away from the screens, you know.
Yeah, get some fresh air.
Exactly, get some fresh air.
I think that's quite It's quite hilly, isn't it? There's quite a lot of hills there.
Yeah, there are a lot of hills. Like it's crazy. It's a beautiful city. It's like very, very. It's a lot of buildings, but then around it is a lot of mountains, a lot of hills. So it's a lot of opportunities to hike and get some greenery. You know, it's very much unlike a lot of cities where you're just like in the middle of a lot of concrete jungle. Whereas you do have your concrete jungle, but you also have your green real jungle surrounding it as well. So you can always step away from the concreteness whenever you want.
Awesome. Yeah,
No,
we're going away this weekend for a camp. Well, a glamping experience. So it's like not really camping in tent. It's like really like modern type tents. It's like
glamping is camping for pussies.
Yeah, no. For sure. But I'm over the camping where the kids are a little bit older now, and I've camped enough, and it's like you can't sleep properly, and you're like really sore after the camp. You know, sleeping on those blow up mattresses and stuff. I'm finished.
Whereabouts are you going? Is it deep in the woods, or is it in sort of like a reserve?
No, it's actually on the towards the west coast, which is north from Cape Town. So it's very sort of like flat, dry. There's a swimming pool, a bit of a lake sort of thing. So yeah, it'll be nice just to get away because it's getting cold now, or starting to get cold. So it's last little bit of warm weather. So before the rain starts, it can really rain for long periods of time here in Cape Town. So we need to get away a little bit.
That's good. So nice bit of like this before seasonal change getaway.
Yeah,
it's not bad at all. By the way, guys, if you're watching this, you do have any sort of questions or anything you want us to explain or talk about or elaborate on, please feel free to put it in the comments because we can actually see the comments. If you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching on Instagram. So just put in the comments and we'll answer whatever questions you might have in mind. There we go. I think we're getting a bit of a reaction now.
All pretty quiet on my side at the moment.
Yeah, so this is so when I see stuff like this, when price like on that leg takes out multiple lows, I'm just like, okay, this just adds to my confidence that the market will likely trade down towards these lower levels. Because it's still sort of at a starting stage of this 15 minutes bearish cycle, still a lot of room to the downside. So the fact that it's taken out these two lows, actually it's left an equal low down here. So this just adds to my confidence for the short. So now it's just still, so again, this 15 minute candle closes in 2 minutes. The next candle, as long as it doesn't take out this low, would form a swing low. And as long as it doesn't trade back into this range, would form a new low. And that would be the final confirmation I need to go short on this. But yeah, another 15 minutes. Bitcoin has given a nice reaction from my entry point, so now it's moving into the range. But I just want to see this now sustain itself to the upside.
So on the gold trade, you think going to wait for a little bit of a pullback, or you're just going to execute to market order there to go short?
For what? For the gold trade?
Yeah.
Yeah, so as soon as this confirms, I'm placing a pending order. So I only enter the market with pending orders. It's very rare that I'll just market execute myself. But as soon as this as long as if I would only market order if the market like confirms and immediately trades in with, but usually there's a bit of time from when this candle closes or when the confirmation happens to when I can place my order. And then stop goes above the high, and then I'll just be looking to take this down to the 4 hour imbalance down here, which I've marked out already.
Very nice.
There is potential for more downside action, but in a very predominantly bullish market, right, like we are looking at now, I do want to be careful holding the opposite direction for too long. If not, I could be in a good trade, but I could end up getting stopped out simply by not taking profit at an appropriate time.
Yeah, I guess in these markets where the pullbacks are quite shallow, it can turn very quickly, can't it?
Yeah, exactly. So price could simply and it can be very fast. It happens a lot. So it could simply actually make this move, make the retest, come down, but immediately as soon as it touches that 4 hour imbalance, we could see in maybe a space of 2 to 3 candles, like in this case, right? We had this contraction, and then in the space of a few candles, it just completely destroy this range and just kept moving to the upside. So I won't be surprised if it comes down and then a very fast reaction in the opposite direction. So yeah, if you don't take a profit on time, then you could end up being losing trade when it goes against you.
Yeah, I like that because it gives you time. It's not like you have to just jump into it. You wait for that confirmation first, wait for that pullback. And if this and this happens, then you execute. So, but you got a resting order there, but you'll only place it there when the confirmation happens, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and that for me, it suits my personality. I prefer to wait. I prefer to see stuff ahead of time, plan ahead of time, and position my orders ahead of price. And then either it triggers or it doesn't. And if it triggers, either it runs towards my TP or it runs towards my stop loss. But I like to do the work beforehand so that when I'm actually in the market, I don't need to do anything. I can go away from my computer and I can do other activities without thinking too much about whether the price is going to do X, Y, or Z, because I've already done all the probabilities beforehand. I've already done all the analysis. So it's just a question of, okay, am I in the right position? Am I doing the right things? And do I have the right risk in place? Like I know some traders, they get off better with where they chase price and when they're sort of like very, very active with price. But for me, that's just not, it doesn't suit my personality at all.
Gotcha. Yeah, Howard, you seeing something there? You have some follow through?
Yeah, a little bit of follow through. It's trying to break higher. Cable. Let's just zoom into the 1 second. Hopefully this is vindicating that kind of early entry on that one. Should come through.
Yeah, the NASDAQ's still stuck in the opening range, so nothing really happening my side yet. Very close to breaking the bottom side, but
okay, not coming through just yet. Let's try again. Present.
How's that?
Okay,
it's coming up. There we go.
Yeah. Here we go. Hopefully this is so I had the test of broken resistance a couple of times and it didn't want to go down through it, and now we're starting to nibble a bit higher. So hopefully we could see a little bit of a 10-20 pip kind of push higher. Looking to target this kind of just shy of this high, 132.92. So I'd be happy with around 132.80, 132.85 or so. Should we see that in the next hour or two, or maybe three? But obviously, still cognizant of the fact that we are towards the end of the last real session of the week. Just going into euro dollar.
So where was your target? Where was your expectation to just do a quick trade
across euro dollar stock? Yeah, just a smash and grab, really, just to finish the week off.
Yeah, as you say, don't want to hold into the weekend. Over the long weekend.
Same side of this little around 113.49 will be the stop on this trade, and just looking for some late strength in that one as well. So holding short dollars against the pound and against the euro for the late push into the session close, really. Okay. Gold basing or still?
Yeah, it's still. I mean, 10 minutes.
You'd normally expect a bit of strength in gold if yeah. So you'd normally expect a little bit of strength in gold if the dollar is. I say you'd normally expect a little bit of strength in gold if the dollar is going to do what I think it's going to do. Maybe I'm wrong.
No. So it's the correlation with dollar as of late hasn't been as strong. All things being equal, all things being normal. Normally a dollar weakness would be a gold strength, and vice versa. A dollar strength would be gold weakness. But there are times when that hasn't aligned. So like last week, for example, there was a massive dollar weakness. At the same time, there was also a massive gold weakness as well. So yeah, so the correlation hasn't been as strong as it's been in the past. So yes, that's why I'm not always like relying on the sort of like correlative behavior to take place.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it depends on the time horizon you're looking at. You know, of course, if you're looking at a higher time, like the monthly, then yes, there's probably a stronger correlation. But on the lower time frame,
you'll get. Yeah, I know, because gold got ahead of itself prior to one of the big corrections that we saw recently. So it was going higher while euro dollar and cable was stuck in their ranges. They were going nowhere for 2 weeks. So sometimes you get that kind of divergence between the two.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
yeah, guys, we're getting a little bit of a breakout, but
so euros at 78.
You want to show us something, Howard?
Yeah, just euros. 1 second. Let's see whether we can get any momentum going into the close. That's really what I was looking for. Okay, so you should be seeing euro dollar. There we go. So we're getting a bit of a break. So we're just testing this little swing high, and then that's the big level for me, 113.886. Once we can get through there, then we can see a big push into the 14s. So hopefully, as we speak, with a bit of luck. So that's the euro, and cable is up at 69 now. Let's try that. Okay, on the 30-minute chart. Okay. Yep, starting to do what it should be doing. Yeah, 70. So yeah, looks like we're seeing a bit of dollar weakness into the close. So that's the idea anyway. The euro, by the way, cable, I'm happy to sort of bag the profit should we hit the target. Euro, I've got actually a buy trigger on one of my systems that comes in above 114, so that could be something that kicks in as well.
Okay.
If I can just show you that. 1 second. Present share screen. Okay. Yes, basically a sort of a day trade type system. It hits a level. As I said yesterday, I sat through a long position for most of the day. It went long in early Europe yesterday, and just chop. The stop loss held in, which was good, and then it hit the target just prior to the end of the US session. The previous day had a nice sell, did the same kind of thing there. And today the trigger comes in at 114, basically 114.10 if we get there. So that'll be a bit of a surprise. 114.10 is way up here, but if we get it, then it'll go long. It's just one of these automatic things. So I'd happily add to my long position should we get there for the kind of smash and grab type trade. I tried to show the performance summary yesterday, but it didn't work out too well. So let me just try again.
Okay.
Let's see if it comes through this time. We had a couple of issues yesterday, but hopefully we're better today. Entire screen. How about that? See if that comes through. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's the performance summary of the thing going back 10 years on euro dollar. It's 2/3 profitable, 66% of the time. So the hit ratio is quite comfortable, I suppose. The profit factor 1.46, and the worst run of losing trades was 7 consecutive losing trades here. And the maximum drawdown is basically the net profit divided by maximum drawdown. You've got it's like nearly 19 times covered, so it's quite a good strategy. That's the equity curve. So recently it's been pumping up to new equity highs on that. So it's something that I like to do if it comes off. It doesn't happen every day, but the last 2 days produced winning trades on it. So if we get to that trigger level today, then I'll happily buy into it and look for it. It grabs like 20 to 30 odd pips. That's the idea on the system. It has drawdown periods, as every system will do, because market conditions are not always right. But on balance, it does okay over. This is a 10-year period, and it works quite well on euro dollar and on dollar yen as well. So, so where are we now? We're at 84. Okay, so yeah, if we get a surprise move up here, then it'll just jump in and buy it basically. So yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled on that one.
Right, so, so we had a close below that range. I'm going to quickly show you guys. Waiting for a little bit of a pullback as well. Let me just share my screen. Because price has been flirting with that lower range and for quite some time. Now finally we had a close below it. So we can get a little retest of it, then I'll be happy to take a short there. Stop loss just a little bit above that fair value gap. You can probably put it on top of the range here again, but then I'm targeting yesterday's low. Not quite the actual low, but yeah, where the opening closing prices are above that little wick here. So that looks just over a 2-to-1, a 1-to-2 ratio. I'm probably being too conservative here. I'm only taking a 1-lot trade, so it's not a big trade, but hoping that we can get a little pullback there. If not, then I might have to adjust it, be a bit more aggressive. Again, not risking much going into the weekend here. And hopefully get filled. If not, price might go to my target without me getting filled, which is also something that happens quite a lot with these conditions. But there we go. Really hoping for a little pullback. There was a pullback prior to the close of that 5-minute candle. So obviously that's not the pullback I was looking for. But yeah, let's hope I get into this. Does look like price wants to keep going lower, potentially move towards yesterday's lows. So let's see.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a view on the major indices, a bearish view on those things.
Yeah, same,
if I can quickly show you. Yeah, let's just present that one.
It should come up now. There we go.
Okay. Gotcha. 30-minute chart. That's the kind of bear market or bull market corrective low, 4,800 or so on the S&P. I've got a 3-wave rally up to the recovery high. So that's obviously the good news on the tariffs, the kind of pullback on that. First leg down, retest, which doesn't make a new high. Then we're chopping, and now we're starting to trend lower. So yeah. I think quite possibly there's your 1 and there is your 2 of a third wave from here, which would be 1, 2, and kind of down basically. I think we're headed. We're going to make new lows at some point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think
totally concur with you there on that. Break yesterday's low.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, from a day trade perspective, I mean, why not test yesterday's low? So yeah, no, I'm with you on that one.
Come on, give me a pullback, you little was it? What's happening your side, Walter?
Right now it's yeah, all still a waiting game. So gold is still not confirmed that second leg yet. It's still very strong to the downside, very strong movements. So yeah, so still waiting for that swing low to form. The second 15 minutes candle I was waiting for is now closed, but it's still not swing low. No, not yet. I'll share my screen just briefly, just to show.
Cool.
Let's see. There we go. Yeah, so it looks like this might just run straight down. Yeah, so right now it's a waiting game. So it will, I mean, it's a question of whether we're going to see a move to the H4. Then if that happens, it will just be a case of the market may not pull all the way back. It will just maybe give a shallow pullback before a continuation. But anything can happen. So I'm not like, yeah, I'm not like, again, just because I'm already in the earlier trade, that's probably why I'm a bit more chill about this confirming or not confirming within the next 2 hours. But for now, we'll just see if that pullback does happen. As for Bitcoin, it's still within this range. So yeah, so price. So this candle gave a rejection. This candle gave a close below. So it hasn't invalidated this setup. It's nice that obviously it's a accumulation. Price came down, manipulated below the range, and it's now sort of given a firm close. But again, I'm just waiting. I do want to see some sort of a fast price movement to the upside, confirming a potential bullish continuation happening within today's session. But again, where this has been accumulating for the whole week, you know, I don't have my hopes up too high, if I'm being honest with you. So you know, we'll see what happens. But I'm still holding this trade. I'm still long on this. So again, within the next 1 hour, anything can happen. Price could keep on coming down, stop me out, and just keep stock traded in this range until tomorrow. Or price could hold its level, and then before the end of the hour, we could see the beginning of a new move to the upside. Because even on the 1 hour as well, like price, again, there's this 800 EMA that is acting as an area. So initially acts as an area of dynamic resistance, came out, price broke above it. And as we can see, it's now been acted as an area of sort of support for price over the past few days. So yeah, so price is sort of pulled back into that 800 EMA as well. So we're going to see if this would also be another sort of confluence towards a potential rejection to the upside.
Gotcha.
I love this. Oh, look at that. Nice. That's hit target now. So that is absolutely splendid.
Nice. Yeah, that was a very sharp trade.
Yeah, it's been holding the level for the whole day. So to be quite honest with you, I'm glad it finally completed that move. But yeah, so let's see if we get a continuation in opportunity in New York. If the price does pull back, I will take another trade on this short, just to, you know, just because of course it's going to be 3 days of not trading, so I'll take what I can get.
Nice. How's your trade going, Howard? I'm not in a trade.
Pretty much at break even now. Yeah, came back off the highs. I think this kind of selling on gold is kind of impacting a little bit.
Okay.
So it's a little bit off the back down to break even on cable. So yeah, 32.55. But yeah, we're still way above the breakout point at the moment. So all okay, and the stop is way back inside it. So
Gotcha.
Still quite happy with that.
Good work.
S&Ps and NASDAQ, what are they up to?
How do you mind showing me that dollar index chart of yours, the higher time frame with your Elliott wave counts?
sure. 1 second.
I briefly watched that yesterday while I was cooking. I had you on TV, and
oh dear.
really interesting stuff.
Let's just yeah, it's I love it when you get a really strong view on a long-term idea. Let's just find that dollar index chart. 1 second. Okay, so. Okay. Coming right up.
Again, if any of our viewers have questions, please let us know. We still have a little bit over 10 minutes left.
Okay.
That's the one.
So that's the one. Yeah, so it's basically a double zigzag from the 2008 low complete in 2022. So that ABCX ABC from the cyclical low there. So that was the high. And since we have the one down and then the ABC up, so corrective second wave, and then we're in the early stages, I believe, of wave 3, which should take us much lower.
Jeez, yeah.
And that's why I think we're in a kind of acceleration phase on the dollar.
Impulsive.
Yeah, and I think we're even threatening to, yeah, very impulsive. I don't think you want to be on the end of this one. You don't want to be buying it thinking it's cheap.
So we cleared that
could quite easily find
of,
yourself down here.
Yeah. So price already below the first wave low, right? Yeah.
Yep. As is euro dollar. I guess euro dollar is the biggest component. So I guess if you were trying to be bullish about this whole thing, you'd need to see it snap back up and hold above. But at this time, I think the waves really are against you. You've got an impulsive wave down and a corrective wave up, and then pretty much, as fast as that went up, this has come down. So you've got a lot of people that were long on this rally and now completely underwater. And that for me sets the stage for the next leg down.
Yeah.
So I think we're at a similar stage to back here. This is where 2002, wasn't it? And we had the kind of move that I'm looking for is this one. So the sort of double top. So the 1, the 2, and then early state. We're kind of here by comparison. So we could see quite a fast drop until it finally finds some kind of support, and then we start to see that trending motion down.
Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2.
And interestingly enough, literally, it's, you're in a series of 1, 2, 1, 2s all the way down. And yeah, and I think if you're not aggressive on this thing, then you're going to miss quite a lot of it. Because the first real pullback after the breakout came from quite a distance below the break point. We're literally quite a way down from the double top break point before we could actually think about a decent corrective bounce. So there could be a lot of stock related selling as it starts to go or stay below, if you will.
Yeah.
There we are.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty bad for the dollar if that all plays out.
Yeah.
Guys,
gold has already made its move. It's seems to be front running the whole thing.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, there's still potential for more downside, but for now it's a question of whether that will happen in New York today. But it's made that initial sort of like explosive move towards that 4-hour imbalance. So now that it's tapped into that, we're beginning to see some sort of a rejection to the upside.
Yeah, guys, price just continued lower. No little pullback there. probably should have been a bit more aggressive by just, getting in the market order. I do like a little bit of a retest, and our price just moved lower. In a very large fair value gap here after yesterday's low. So I would suspect that if that gets broken, that we might see continuation lower with this low of yesterday in danger, within reach. I do not chase things. In the past I used to, and then get burnt through a retracement. Then you think you're on the wrong side, and when you get out, you get stop out, and then price goes in your direction again, and it's like, no. So
those are the part of growing pains in trading.
Yeah, for sure. So the fact of the matter is, should have been in this trade already, which I'm not. So now, if we do get a pullback, is this going to hold? You're going to start asking all these questions and start doubting yourself. Because ideally, if I was in this already, I would have started trailing lower as well, since this is a very aggressive day trading strategy where you want to, lock in your profits and start trailing your stop loss. Because after that break into this area, I would have been at break even already, and then see if I could lock in a little bit more profits. I'm trying not to get stopped out, but sometimes if there's enough space towards like a fair value gap on the downside, and that could also act as a good area to potentially take partial profits, or maybe get out of the trade altogether. But with the initial stop being up here, that's a 221 or 122 all the way to yesterday's low. So would have had to aggressively start trading that stop. Otherwise, we have a really skewed risk-reward ratio there. But looks like we're getting that bounce now, but it is what it is. I missed I would say, bulk of the move there. So I'm not going to get into a trade here if it does retrace towards it. And we only got 4 minutes or 3 minutes left on our session. So
I'm just going to give a brief update on the BTC one I just did.
Yeah.
So so let's see. And surprise actually came all the way down towards where my stop loss was. Now, what I did, because it was still closed, I closed and I re-entered a new. So the thing is, I missed out on labeling this equal low down here. I'll show you. So there's an equal lows down here that was created, which for whatever reason I didn't mark it out. But anyway, so the market came below the imbalance, and then I was like, okay, it's heading towards something, and that something was this equal low. So I just closed my trade. When I say it went below, it closed below the imbalance. I just took the loss on that, and I placed a new order here below, and then the stop loss went below this low down here. So this became like that final point of, okay, if price were to trade below this low, then that's it. There's no more entry opportunities. Just because, again, this afforded me a much better entry. And again, it's like the loss that I took on this is a gain. It's part of the gain that I took from this. So for me, it wasn't like a big deal for me to just close this trade. So I'm in this now long from where that equal low is. So I'm going to see if, because again, like I said, when a lot of the time when price trades into price sensitive zones, if it is the right area, it will potentially, there will be a very sort of fast kind of rejection, so sort of like what we're looking at right now. So when that doesn't happen, and when price sort of like keeps trading lower and lower and lower, I'm like, okay, it's heading for something else. What is it heading for? And that's sort of like when to do a bit more homework and just maybe something that might be missing. Whereas in this case, what it was heading to were these equal lows that we can see created earlier, like from yesterday into today. That was another major equal highs, equal lows in major areas of liquidity pool. But for whatever reason, I missed this. Which is very unusual. So as we can see, so I think this is more of an appropriate error because of how fast this reaction is now taking place. So so now the next thing is, okay, 30 seconds this candle closes. If the next 15 minutes candle trades back into the range, that for me is that confirmation that I'll be looking for a potential continuation. So so that's that. Bitcoin is a bit of a rocky trade on this, but we got there in the end, hopefully. As for gold, I don't think there's going to be another opportunity for me to take a short on this today. So, but for those watching, if you are going to be up, because you guys are in a different time zone from me, so if you're going to be up like up until 2 p.m. whatever, and you can see that the market has pulled back into this order block, I do believe that will be a good opportunity to look for a short continuation with the stop loss going above the high. And then, of course, you're still looking, in this case, like target price will trade back to the recent low. So we have a much better opportunity at the recent low that was created right there. So yeah, so that's that for both Bitcoin and gold.
Cool, guys. We've reached the end of our session. There's probably 1 minute or so left for any questions. If not, then we'll end things here and then head into the long weekend. Cool. Should we call it a day?
Yeah, all good.
Indeed, indeed.
So yeah, a real pleasure, everybody, and have a great long weekend, and catch up with you next week.
Thanks, Howard. Thanks, Walter. Have a good one. Enjoy your
Thanks,
walk
guys.
tomorrow, your hike.
Yeah, enjoy the hiking.
I will do.
Awesome.
And the
Take
glamping.
pictures.
I will do.
Cheers,
Thanks a lot.
guys.
Enjoy the glamping as well with the
Take it.
family, Richard.
All right.
Enjoy.
I will. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Hello, Paul.
How are you?
I'm excellent today. How are you?
I'm all right. I've been really busy getting into crypto news, and I haven't had a chance to check what's going on in the market, so it's going to be a surprise to me.
Are there any news for crypto today?
Oh, today, well, we had Jerome Powell, I think it was yesterday, who came out and said about banking regulations be eased for crypto, which is huge, right? That's massive. Obviously, there'll be a video out tomorrow on this covering some of the latest news of the week. Ola Prime X, go and subscribe, people. Thank you so much. Obviously, there's multiple things which this impacts, and the biggest challenge people have around the world, even here in the UK or in Australia, it's getting an on-ramp for your, we're talking obviously not Ola Prime here. We're talking just broadly the crypto market in terms of on-ramp, people getting their fiat currency into the banking system. So in the UK, as an example, there's majority of the banks will not allow you to put money on Coinbase, right? They'll just block it, right? Wise, TransferWise, that company, they're the same. Whereas you have more like Revolut and PayPal, who are more crypto friendly. It highlights the very patchwork kind of elements in terms of, I have to have backup bank accounts in case one of them blocks me sending transactions to Coinbase. So all of this in the context of the United States, of course, is paving the way for the rest of the world, and an easing of banking regulations makes, it good for people to invest, companies to invest, for crypto startups to get loans, right? For example, because crypto is a bit radioactive in terms of advertising and marketing and all of that, and getting loans for small business startups. And this would, really would be mainstream adoption of crypto if they can get access to the same sort of funding, and retail investors have the same sort of less trouble in terms of with their on-ramp to the exchanges. Then it's fantastic. But the word which I saw in this statement was potential, right? Potential easing of banking regulations. So until it happens, we need to wait and see.
And tell me about this bank regulation. Did you read something additionally on the internet, and how will that impact the crypto market? Do you think that it will be harder to trade crypto or to invest in crypto after that regulation? What do you think about that?
Look, I think at the moment, right, the problems in the crypto space are institutions and funds and everyday people and exchanges and project managers do not know how to fully, there's some countries which they can do certain things in. There's other countries which they can't. It's very, very challenging environment, right? So for innovation, for development, for growth, of course, and we think of legitimate blockchains like Render, who are paving the way in the visual effects community, which could revolutionize how Hollywood works in terms of giving an additional option for these companies to offset their rendering costs in it and their workload without having to invest in massive computers. So it would allow for these companies to operate more traditionally, as you would think, get access to more funds as opposed to under the table kind of thing. So that's a good thing for safety. It's a good thing for growth and innovation and competition. But in terms of what it will mean for the market as a whole, this goes back to the conversation about how will the ETFs affect this bull market? Right? Will it lead to higher volatility, or will it lead to eventually Bitcoin putting in price action, which is more associated with what you'd see in the stock market, right? Like just another, or gold with another asset. It's difficult to say. And it obviously depends on, the United States is important because of course it is viewed as a leader in the space because of course of the dollar's power. The stable coins are all pegged to the dollar as an example. So it's, what the United States does, the rest of the world gives them permission to follow. So of course, there's certain things we of course don't necessarily want to follow the United States with at the moment. But when it comes to maybe more progressive crypto policies, then sure, I agree. And this is coming from a country which even the UK doesn't properly understand crypto, which is why every time I go and use an exchange, you know, when I'm not trading through Holoprime X, when I'm on an exchange, I've got all these pop-ups telling me that you could lose all your money, everything could go to hell, and you know, you've got to keep doing these regular tests every few weeks on Coinbase to prove that I know what I'm doing. And it's reflective of a space which is in chaos. And this, I would just give anything to get rid of those pop-ups. So this is a stepping stone towards that, I suppose.
Yes, yes. I watched a little bit Powell's speech yesterday, and I see even from them, for all that institutions, and I cannot call them experts, but I see they're rigged. And I see that even they talk about AI, how can be dangerous. So they're not sure that they will bring a new jobs. And I see so pessimistic tone for everything that it's not old school business. And this is something that I don't like when I hear that. And when I watch this, I think that tax is the biggest problem that they have against the crypto market when I think a little bit. Because today, if I send you money to you, they will cut the tax. If you send to other company, they will take a tax. So every single transaction, they cut hundreds times and take, 20%, 50%. And in crypto market, they cannot do that. All that transactions, there's no taxes there. And this is something that is dangerous for them, and they do not understand that the reason that crypto market exists is because of that. And but it's a different story. So right now, I would just like to show one trade that again I want to make right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Just want to do that, but we will see how will that work. Okay. So what I want to do right now, I want to buy British pound dollar, even that it's not the best maybe moment because tomorrow is a holiday, but this is only for today. Why I'm doing this? I'm doing this as same as and yesterday. So what we have is a push to 1.329. We had a push just 1 hour ago, but we didn't.
Sorry, mate, I'm not sure I can see your screen. There we go. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Here it goes. Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. It was my mistake. I didn't push there. So I will put a take profit to 3.9, and I will put to like this, something like this. So it's 1-to-1 actually a trade, but I think close earlier, I think. So what I will just show my different charts just for perspective. Right now I think it's a better to share that chart. I will be very fast.
There's no rush, mate. It's all good.
Here it is. So so what's happened right now? We are on the 30 minutes bullish trend line, relative strength index. We touch this trend line, and I think that it can push to 1.329. So of course, can be breakout. If I see in next 1 hour sideways, I can close my trade earlier because I don't want to enter into the Fridays and holiday with any trade because it can be very either volatile, either very boring. So what's happening right now when we watch the market? We always have some kind of the cycle when we are sideways in the major Forex pair. So from the moment when we touch yesterday 1.329, we have some kind of the sideways, but we're not going downside because this 1.32 level is some kind of the very bullish bearish validation point for me. So we are keeping up, and I think that we can hit the yesterday's high again before we again be in some sideways market during the holiday. So this is my plan for this US session. This session is my worst session when I analyze my performance usually, but because you're doing the UK time, and that push during the UK time is always better than during the US time. But sometimes when they have a good structure like now, I think it can be interesting. What is important here too, I just want to show today we broke this simple moving average 50, so we consolidate during the Euro session, actually early Asia session, and I realized during the beginning of the Euro session, then the market structure is still bullish. We didn't break this market structure, and we are pushing a little bit higher. So the same thing is for euro dollar. Actually, euro dollar is a little bit in maybe more bearish phase, but the market structure is still bullish. So I'm watching these two pairs. I think that British pound dollar is a little bit stronger than euro dollar. So I want this push here. The levels are very interesting here. So 1.326 and 1.329 levels are usually two most important levels from the 1.32 to 1.33. So that levels repeats from the 2016 all the time, and I enjoy to trade them. It's very, very similar structure like we trade between 1.27 to 1.28. So the price oscillates sometimes several days in the range and keep the structure, either bearish, either bullish structure, the whole period. And right now we are in that period. And of course, yesterday during the US session, I made a long-term trade. It was the Aussie dollar trade. As you can see, the Aussie dollar is really, really in bullish mode. Of course, after 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, maybe 8 candles daily in the row, I know that it will be one day for sure some retracement, but I don't mind. I enter into the trade because again, my trade went to 0.7 again. I'm trying to achieve that, and I just create that swing trade, and we will see what will happen there. So nothing special for Aussie dollar, but like I said previously, Aussie dollar is better solution than Kiwi dollar, because Kiwi dollar has a worse risk reward ratio, and we already really it's a problem with the stop loss. So we really push a little bit higher than I expected. So I should enter into the trade earlier, maybe 3-4 days earlier. But now I think it's not smart to enter here. I think that Aussie dollar is a little bit in better position. So maybe we can achieve this 0.7 level, actually 0.694 level. And this is the same level that I had in the beginning of the match, if you remember my optimistic trade that I created and close on the break even. But I think that this push that closed my trade, it was the artificial push. It was really because all these tariffs and uncertainty and these crazy moves. But I think without Donald Trump, the market structure will be clear. But he's a little unknown feature in every machine learning methodology. So
I mean, me and Howard were talking about this. I was thinking of you yesterday because me and Howard were talking about this move in the stream yesterday. And you're right, it's not organic. It's not. And I think, I mean, it's a difficult thing to trade, but it's not organic. And I mean, the RSI movement is kind of saving it, right? It's giving us a bit of, but yeah, I mean, yesterday I was like, your trade's gone. So yeah, that's a shame.
Yes. This is the something that I think that swing trades are really interesting, because in the last, I think, 2 years in Forex market, we really have solid trends, really solid trends, because now we can see 1,000 pips in several months, then 1,000 pips in next few months, and this is the really good for trend traders and trading the breakouts or something. So I think that maybe we should think like traders, think a little bit more on the longer term. So as you know, this is my US dollar Swiss chart. I talked several times. So as you can see, the retail traders started to trade as a large speculators. So this is the very, very uncommon things, but it's possible only in one way. They trade swings trades. They trade multi-days or multi-weeks trades, and this is the interesting thing. So right now I'm watching this for US dollar Swiss, and maybe after the holidays I will maybe enter in some interesting push on this I think good risk reward buy trade in the future. So this is the things that I watch. And last thing to tell, I closed one trade that I had. It was the bullish trade for the Dow. Now, because of, I think that this speech of the Powell, I think changed the market perspective. Now this is still the bearish trend, and we need to wait to see some changing of this trend. Even if we put something like this, some trend line, maybe to break this trend line and start to think about buy trades, because right now the indices are really in the bad shape, and it's dangerous to sell, just because by statistics we know that the biggest pullbacks that we have in indices are usually up to 25%. So you cannot find 40-50% to lose in the indices. It's really shocking, and just because of that, I think that there is a lot of room for bearish trend for stock market here, especially for Dow index. So it's dangerous to sell, and it's not to buy right now. So maybe just wait to see what will happen there. So this are my trades, and this trade related to British pound dollar is pushing higher. I see there is some bullish market structure here yet, but the only unknown parameter is, will we touch 1.329 level? So this is the only thing that I don't know. And I just want to ask you, what do you think about swing trades in crypto market, Paul?
I'm going to say it's every trade in the crypto market. Time and a place, like with everything, right? I mean, everyone, however you approach the market, everyone has their style, but we've talked about this before. There's just a tremendous array of ways you engage with the crypto market, right? You can, there is like, some people will wait around for I don't know, I can't remember if it was with you, mate, but when Mantra is a crypto which just dumped 100%, right? Lost every structure in like an hour, right? Now, that's the crypto market. Now, people will hawks will wait to just do these ridiculous aggressive entries at support to capitalize on an asset which has crashed, which is insane. It's completely insane. But this is the crypto market. So I think that I don't know how to, I don't know. I'm trying to put a bigger perspective, context in terms of what I'm trying to say. I'm not doing a very good job, but yeah, I'm sorry. I'm failing answering that question. Sorry. I'm losing the point I'm trying to make. I've lost.
I just wanted to ask you about the for example, last 2 years when you watch all that crypto or coins, Bitcoin, Ethereum, all that cryptos. What do you think about trends? Are there? Do you see that there like I talk about Forex? I realize that last 2 years we have 1,000 pips up down, so good for swing trades and trending. What do you think about crypto market in that way? That lags that you watch, do you see it's a good for trend traders in that way?
Yeah, so you've recalibrated my thoughts. Thank you. You've rescued me from a black hole of nothingness in my mind. So thank you. It's getting near the end of the week. It's been a full day. So yeah, now this is so obviously the crypto market is a herd, right, which follows Bitcoin, right? And this is the context of what we're talking about. Now, when Bitcoin is bullish and then risk assets are in a environment, in a context which allows them to move, Bitcoin is putting in sustained gains, there's no fear, there's no issues with inflation, then you will have cryptocurrency assets putting in significant gains over short periods of time. So we're talking medium-term holds, which you could buy at the bottom of support, see the weather with Bitcoin's changing, and then they will go up 100% in a few weeks, and they'll have a really straightforward, really quick up market structure, or even just a straightforward pump, and they will just continue until Bitcoin reaches a place where it needs to stop. And that's like an on and off tap with the crypto market, right? That doesn't happen very often, but when it does, that's how you make money. So right now, everything is stop-start. Everything is one, macro minor trend moves, goes up, and then we reset. And then you have macro minor trend moves, and then it resets. So the medium-term holds, which are where you get the most benefit from being a crypto trader, right? Find a good entrance, let the market do its thing, take your profits. They aren't happening. They're not playing out. They just haven't. The only time we've had that this cycle was when Bitcoin first started to put bullish gains in October 2023. And then we had about 4 or 5 months up until when Bitcoin broke all-time highs in March 2024. About 6 months later, then we had things like FET, Render putting in 1,000% gains, which were brilliant midterm holds. I traded some of them myself, right? But now, since then, we've had Bitcoin making its further moves upwards, but the altcoin is just going up and then down at the first kind of bearish sign. So what I was trying to say earlier is that there is a time and a place. And when that time is right, there's no better market to be doing swing trades and all that kind of stuff. No better market, right? But right now, it's all just like tiny little scalps, right? Leverage traders are enjoying the crypto market at the moment because it's a good ripe place to be doing these quick in and out trades, when it's a futile thing to do that when you could be trading, when the market's different, when you could be trading medium term holds. So right now I am scalping, right? But when the market changes, I'll be looking for, I'm going to buy here, I'm going to go and sit on a beach for 3 weeks, and when I come back, I know I'm going to be in profit. But that is like the most rare scenario, if that makes sense.
Yes. And it's really interesting because I think for crypto traders, they really need to be a little bit, you need to be a little bit expert for crypto, specialized there, because I think it's not like any other asset. And this is the thing that people really need sometimes to specialize for some assets, to trade every single day, watch every day, and then to be comfortable to trade, because it can be dangerous if you trade whatever you want, 7, 10, 15 different assets, and you a little bit lose control there.
I think this is why I use the Wild West metaphor for crypto, right? You can have a nice town which is humming along, you got a sheriff, everyone's doing fine, but then out of nowhere you're going to have people coming in causing chaos, right? And then you have to change how you operate, right, in that town. You have to alter your approach, and that's why it's kind of the Wild West. And it's the key, I suppose, is like, so that your Forex trading approach, right, it has a place in the crypto market, right? All traditional methodologies behind trading has a place in the crypto market. The difference is perhaps is that in the stock market, the Forex market, whatever, right? You have your modes of operating in those markets, and within that, of course, you have different styles, but you have a style of trading within those assets typically, and they don't necessarily have to be changing their approach every other month, right? Because of the changing, when obviously everyone's experiencing a bit of crypto love at the moment because the markets are so volatile, and this is what crypto's like all the time. And this is why we're talking about, I don't know what to do. How do I trade this? I'm confused, is the general mentality at the moment, because everyone in other markets is now getting to enjoy what it's like to be a crypto trader, which is just complete chaos all of the time. You know, so
yes. And what do you think about cryptos to trade without leverage? Just invest in some crypto coin without any kind of leverage, using outside of the trading platforms. Just invest using exchange platforms. Is that smart in your opinion, or the leverage is very important in the crypto trading?
No, look, leverage, right? Firstly, just for everyone paying attention, right? Unless you are an experienced trader, especially in the crypto space, you should not be trading with leverage. Full stop, right? Now, what that means is that the market at the moment is difficult to engage with from a spot perspective. Okay, it's difficult to do that because we're not seeing these gains. You can, and obviously, if I want to short the market, I have to engage with perpetual futures market in order to do that, unless, of course, there is a specific down token which the exchange is offering, right? So, and I don't have to use leverage to do a short trade in perpetual futures, of course, but you're still knocking on that door. But when the market shifts and everything is about, just buying support and letting it rock itself up 100%, right? There's no point in doing leverage trading. One, because of the fees. Two, because there's you're creating unnecessary risk for the market conditions, when leverage is designed, of course, to give small movements additional gains, essentially, right? You're trying to have a little 2.5% movement and you want to turn that into 10%, right? That's the whole point. When crypto is in midterm hold mode or long-term hold mode, right, then you don't need leverage because you're just getting the gains from these middle to low caps, and the risk is just buying the low caps, right? There's no sense in doing it any other way. So those traders, though, they're left on the sidelines at the moment, and then I'm in isolated perpetual futures mode, right? That's what I'm doing, and then that will shift hopefully to a less stressy form of just buy here, wait a couple of weeks, and then take it. But you got to wait for the sun to come out, and obviously, from someone in the UK, that can take a little bit of time.
The weather, yes, yeah. So, do you have some chart today to show? I will just remove my.
Yeah, I thought before we jump into Bitcoin, we could try and have a look at a potential trade and maybe get me set up with that. Just I haven't used the GUI trader interface yet, so we can see what's happening with that. So this is GMX, everybody, and this has been a previous kind of top altcoin pick, and we've obviously, it's one of the few tokens which has shown a little bit of legs in terms of bullish movement. Now this could have gone either way following the breakout, but this was originally potentially a short trade from this area, but we've obviously since broken out, and we've got this 200 MA on the 4 hour, which isn't super significant, but it's not significant. And because we have surpassed this previous range, right? So this is the range we broke down, we recovered in this, what is essentially, this is, if we scroll back, this is a launching off point for the price action historically. It's essentially the bottom, right? So, and then we entered price discovery, but we've had a nice strong recovery. We've blasted back into this range and we've gone above it. We would have maybe liked to see a higher high above this area, but you can see if this is this is long-term support, this area is a good place to enter potentially for a continuation here. Now, if you had seen the price action and it was still here, like a very meager breakout, then I wouldn't be looking at this. But because we've had a lot of momentum, it's kind of like, Igor, this week I've been thinking about, at the end of all of this mess with the world economies, I think we're going to start we're going to have some more names for certain types of patterns. So of course we have things like the Bart Simpson pattern, you know, and we have all these kind of weird patterns which we associate. But this, to me, I'm calling this a tape measure, right? This is the tape measure. You know, when you extend the tape measure and you hold it out just before it breaks? Yeah, this is it. It's a tape measure move, right? And we're just in the process of breaking down. So for me, this is a long, and I'm going to look to come in here, firstly, at this area. So I've got confluence with this moving average. Now, firstly, what are your thoughts on that basic premise, Igor? Because obviously, you know, I'm forcing the trade a little bit. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yes, I see when I watch this, I see like a fair value gap here, some pullback, and I think the same thing if we use a moving average or trend line, whatever we use, I think that we will have some kind of the pullback and retest the price. So it's very good. It's looked like a break of structure, and right now we're in some pullback. So it's really good. But what do you think about the targets? Do you have some ideas for targets here?
Right. So the reason why I wanted to go through this is more of a learning exercise for people paying attention. So obviously we've established, I'm looking at GMX over potentially other trades which have broken out, because this has got a little bit of legs, right? It's blasted up to a couple of ranges, means it's got more of a bullish context. Okay, so that's why we're trading this as opposed to I don't know, let's see if we've got something else. So yeah, as opposed to this, which has had a kind of weaker breakout and hasn't made it up into this area, and it's now below a moving average, right? So it's a slightly different look. And as always, I've lost the chart. If only Jannie was here to tell me off. What? There it is. Got it. Okay, so yeah, so this is why I've chosen this. And as a crypto trader, we just talked about the wild west. You've got to be very selective, right? Especially in uncertain markets, what you're trading, right? Because you want the buyers. If you think about a raging crypto bull run, you've got every token with lots of liquidity, lots of interest. Everyone's capitalizing on all these different setups and everything's moving. Right now, people are being very selective about what they're choosing. And the setups which have a more bullish narrative than one which we just looked at has a lesser one, they will get the love and the others will just sit there pretty. So GMX is probably one of those which people are paying attention to simply because of the strength of the move and its proximity to support. So I'm looking to enter here. Now the price action isn't here yet, so we can't probably have any real-time profits at the moment, but I'm thinking to come in here. So I'm going to jump on GUI trader. I'm going to jump on this GUI trade here, and just haven't used this interface properly before. So let me just check where we're coming in. So I'm thinking 13230. So as a good trader, I'm going to write that down on a post-it note, right? Just good practice, and maybe I'll put a trend line on here to represent that. I want to see a horizontal one. Is that, I don't want a ray, but okay, fine. So what did I say? 13230, 13230. Let's see if I can be precise. Will it let me be precise? Yeah, 13230. Okay, there we go. So this is what I'm looking to capitalize on that. And I'm just going to go back, have a different perspective on where we are. That lines up with support on this end. This is good. I'm quite happy with that. And then we know we've got the moving average. The reason why I like to just have a quick look at the blank chart on the exchange is it just, you know, looking at a blank chart can give you a little bit of additional perspective for this. And obviously I've got time to evaluate this, but it looks like we've just entered the range we're trying to enter. So it's just bearishly retesting this upper range. And this is now arguably the range, the move, which we're looking to come in on. So that's the idea. So what's the price point? Let's have a look. So I want to buy right now. So here's the other thing. How hesitant is the market? How much risk is involved here? Okay, so we are still obviously with very bearish sentiment in the altcoin market. So my capital I'm going to put into this is going to reflect that. So it's going to be less, 1,000 lots. It's going to be more 100 lots, as an example. Just basic things, right? So protection. What am I going to do with my stop loss? Let's go back to my chart and have a look. So obvious place would be, this, of course, is a bear trap. This represents all-time bottom. And obviously, if we exclude this, so this is a good place to put the stop loss, as principally, I want it very hard for the price action to get to my stop loss. And if I put it in underneath this support zone, which is all-time lows, then, I'm protecting my stop loss. Now, this isn't the sort of, I would really not like, I like a slightly better ratio in crypto. 3 is better for me. But because this trade, because of this, the context of this trade, and because it's support, I can maybe live with it, right? But I'd be a little bit concerned about this for crypto. But, I like the premise, so we're going to go for it. So stop loss is 11,314, 11,314. Again, I'm just writing it down on principle. Stop loss. What a charming interface. 314, 314. You won't give me that? Okay, fine. Give me 31, whatever. Igor, if you see I'm doing something crazy, just let me know, right? 16,827. So again, people, good practice. The old pen is out, right? 16,827. So that is obviously where we were. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to come down a little bit. I'm just going to come down to here because I'm seeing there's a support zone here, and I may be thinking that a resistance zone there. Sorry, so I'm going to go with 16,499. 16,499. Let's have a look. 16. I bet it won't let me put the 9 in. 499. Yeah. Okay. Fine. And then we're just going to put this, of course, on the exchange. Now, this hasn't filled yet because obviously we haven't reached this price, but this is the idea. And it has filled. Okay, that's cool. That's filled. I don't know why that happened because we weren't quite there yet. I'm a bit confused by that. Let's find out what happened there. Entry, fill price 1509. Oh, okay, so that didn't go to plan. So let's just dump that and figure out where we went wrong. Did you catch what I did wrong there, mate?
No.
I can't see what I did wrong there. Let's try that again. Buy.
Yes.
So limit order. Yes, that's what I wanted, 100 lots. And we were going in at, what were we saying? 13,230. I know what you're all thinking. I'm very brave to use this exchange on a live stream without having looked at it before. I know, right? Such a hero. So stop loss. What did we say the stop loss was? Let me just, so limit price 13,230, right? No, that's not right. Hang on. Are we below? I'm confused. Let's have a look. This is turning into be a bit of a farce. No, yeah, 1323. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Let's have a look. So yeah, 1323, 13.23. Let's just put that order on for now and just see what happens. There we go. Finally. Okay. That was strange. Don't know what happened there. Okay. And it's still not on there. There we go. Orders. Yes. There we go. Finally got it. Thank you. Okay. Cool beans. All right. Yeah. So that's the idea behind. I'll check all that later and get that straight up. But this is the idea behind this trade, and you might expect over the next couple of days, if Bitcoin moves downwards, that this will be filled. But if something does change in the market, and say, for example, Bitcoin, ends up back down here, I'm going to invalidate that trade, and I'll be looking to get out the second that happens. So I won't be just reacting to what goes on with this trade. So obviously, if the price action comes down into this area, maybe into this zone, I might decide that the premise of my trade has, let's say this line here, right? This line here represents the invalidation line for my trade, in my view, right? Because this is the bearish bear trap narrative. This is the bullish narrative. So I might say to myself, okay, stop loss is here. If the price action gives me a candle body close on the 30-minute chart below this line, I will then set a break-even price point, exactly where I get in. and then hope the price action then does this, and then I would get out, right, well before my stop loss is hit, right? So this is using crypto's inherent volatility to your advantage, right? I don't want to wait for my stop loss to be hit. I don't want to watch the price action do this, right, and then just be like, okay, I'm going to get stopped out. I don't want to do that, right? Why? I've got time to escape, okay? So comes back down, my order gets filled, which you've just put on. Maybe it does this. Bitcoin does something a little bit rough, and then this comes back down to here. And if I lose this level, that is my signal to then put a break-even sell order exactly where I got in, hoping, of course, would get that, and then I would get out before my stop loss has even got a chance to be hit. And that's how I'd approach that trade. I'll be monitoring this and Bitcoin, and those will be informing my decisions. Any you want to tear me apart for that? Igor?
Yeah, technically it's beautiful, but I have one question related to other triggers. So when I watch crypto coins, I know that you will say that it's a little bit foolish, but this is my head. Sometimes some coins, I'm looking them like people watch penny stocks, you know. So there are a lot of crypto coins with a lower market cap, and for me, sometimes some of them is look me like a lottery ticket, you know. So they can go really high, but they can back to the zero, for example, because I just watched that market cap for that cryptos, especially for some some crypto memes is some in that particular part. What do you think about that? Do you watch anyway market cap or something? I cannot say fundamentally, but do you watch something just to make a filter and say to yourself, I will never trade this, it's too dangerous, related to a crypto market? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this is dog with hat, and this obviously with memes as an example, you know, they're a special breed of crypto, right? Not just they're essentially reflective of what retail traders do, right? So whenever Bitcoin does something bullish and the news starts talking about it, meme coins, Pepe, dog with hat, Dogecoin, etc., are the ones which kind of retail jump in on, right? Now these are quite dangerous because they're almost like just pump and dump schemes, right? But just on a large level, right? Because they have no use case. So they're a different breed and require a different conversation, and they are good to capitalize on the fervor when it appears, right? But as you can see, once that fervor disappears, right, I mean, look, this is dog with hat, and this is down almost 100% since just where it was in November, right? So serious, you know. So the way I would tell people to approach the level of the eclectic nature of the crypto market in terms of market cap, tokens, projects, and so forth. The general rule, of course, is when you're trading lower caps, right? So when you're trading medium caps, of course, you can't treat them like high caps, right? They will give you 20 to 30% kind of movements in a short space of time, right? And you have to factor that into your risk management. So that might mean you're scaling in a bit more when using mid caps, or your approach to risk management is simply to the more percentage gains you can expect from a medium cap because of its smaller market cap, you are using smaller capital to offset the risk, and using the benefits of trading a mid cap because of increased gains to offset the loss in profit, right? And then as you get to the low caps or the ultra low caps, you know, like maybe 10 million, which is nothing, right? Those are very different beasts. And again, you're trading with much smaller amounts, and you know, leverage would be off the table for low caps, right? Even if you know that was an option on exchanges, you're off the table because you can't operate that way. But scaling in again is something you want to use to further minimize your exposure to risk, so you can, of course, because the problem is when you're trading low caps, it will just go from 0 to 100 miles an hour in a second, right? And it's very difficult to then, I mean, you look at this price movement from WIF, right? Which this is kind of price movement you would associate with a low cap or an uber low cap, right? You get a breakout, and then before you can even blink, it's up here, right? Where's your entrance, right? Where's your organic kind of retest, right? It's obviously happening on a macro level, but it's very difficult to trade. So you'd recognize as a trader that you're dealing with a very volatile asset. And even though it's had no love, you would say, right, I'm going to do an aggressive breakout at this level and ride it up, right? And your approach perhaps when you get more risky is to be a little bit more bold with the way you approach things, but still with less capital, right? Still looking at TA and assessing these tokens in the fact that, you know, Bitcoin, you can trade it in the middle of a range, right? Because it's so big, right? But this, you could never trade in a range. You either buy it here and sell it here or not at all. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's, again, another strategy you can use to offset it. So there's not one specific answer to that question. Again, it's like the whole Wild West thing. Every day is different, right? Every scenario is different, right? And you just have to look at what you're trading, look at previous volatility. I mean, you don't even need to look at the market cap, right? If you are a good trader or an experienced trader, you're looking historically for previous volatility, right? And you're using that for your risk management. You're using that for your taking profits, you know, and that's part of it too. So if you're doing your job, you should be properly assessing the price action and coming up with the same conclusion and approach to a trade, just like you would if you just realized it's a low cap, right? And realize you have to approach it differently. So, you know, that's, I suppose that's probably what I would say. I mean, but yeah, but this is why it's so good, the crypto market, in so many ways, because you have the pick of the bag. There's always something to trade, that you just got to find it, right? And if you're, you know, looking at like, okay, difficult market conditions, not only like 1 in 10 trades are playing out, right? You have so many assets to choose from. You can find those 1 in 10 trades, right? By using simple TA, by having all of those potential 5 or 6 trades in front of you. You look at basic TA, you look which ones had the better bullish signals or the most bullish signals, and then you choose that one. And that's an advantage you can't necessarily get in different markets. Like, because in the NASDAQ, of course, you know, they're all tech based, but each of them has their own scenario, and there's no one king really leading the pack. Whereas in crypto, completely different approach.
Yes, and just think, did you ever think about some threshold, you know, to say, okay, if market cap at least need to be like this, so I can trade this crypto?
So what was well, I didn't. I think that the connection broke. What was the first part of your question, my friend?
Did you have, for example, some threshold? So you can say market cap minimum should be like this, so I can either watch this crypto, something like that. So like we trade the stocks, you know, I can put a filter in Trading View and only watch the stocks that have market cap like this, and put some filters and watch only that stocks. Do you have something for crypto, for example?
Well, I mean, look, yeah, there's obviously, when you get to a certain point in terms of market cap, these assets are not on exchanges, or is not on as many exchanges, right? And they're more on decentralized exchanges, and the risk, of course, naturally increases. And so, you know, I wouldn't rule anything out, right? But when you look at an asset, right, you're of course looking for previous price action, right? You need that. And if you're looking at a crypto asset which is relatively new or has a very small market cap, you're not going to trade it anyway, because you just don't have the history you need to trade it. And therefore these new low market caps, they don't even get a look in anyway, and they're not even on exchanges. So I don't trade decentralized exchanges very often, right, because of the risk involved. But it is another world which you can, you know, because what you have is you get these crypto projects which are born, right, and they have no use case, and they come and go within maybe just a few hours, right? And you can see people's interest, and they exist just to make money. They'll pop online. If people see that a lot of whales are stacked up to buy this nothing token, they'll jump in, they'll buy it, they'll maybe catch this crazy move, then the token will be gone and the project will be disappeared the next day, right? So of course I don't go anywhere near that, right? And it's a whole other world. So yeah, for sure, the general rule is if Binance doesn't have it, I'm thinking twice, right?
Yes. So I have 2 questions now from all these things that you're talking about. So the first, this GMX that you just made order, for example, if I go to the monthly chart, go to the monthly chart if you can, to the monthly chart, and what I see is that the maximum price was 100 and dropped to the, you know, so much, so to the 15 level, 14 level. And when you watch this kind of the coins, do you afraid sometimes to think, okay, this can be go to the zero? I just thinking about that because when you watch, it's really history. It's really small from my perspective, you know.
My answer is this. That's my answer. Yes, it can. I do think that you can't ever. I mean, look, this was a top altcoin pick, right? And it was a short, right? But look, you ever think about not having a stop loss in the crypto market, right? You ever think about, like, you know what's going on, right? Any project can do this, right? There's so many ways this can happen, right? So many ways. Hacking, issues, you know, with an exchange, with liquidity, with, you know, or issues with the, you know, how it works, insider trading, you know, all this kind of stuff, right? You see this all the time. And I could say to you that I was fully engaged with the project and reading all of the news and the warning signs which were out there, but I wasn't, and I didn't, right? I saw the triangle, I looked to trade it, but this is always a possibility. But I remember looking at Bitcoin in March 2020 when it was $3,000, right? Yes. And it was a ridiculous thing. I was looking at it and like, I know this is a buying opportunity, but I am so fearful it's going to zero, I can't do it. But I wish I had, right? And this is the paradox of the crypto space, right? There is always somebody crying and somebody laughing, right? At the you know, because they're like, oh, I wanted to get into but it's never coming back down here. Oh, well, you think it is, right? So, you know, it's very complicated and space, but it's exciting for sure. And if you were one of the people who saw this top altcoin pick and did actually short it, well, congratulations.
And did you ever watch the P coin? I think that it's not in the market yet, but I think a lot of buzz is around that coin and what's happened there. Did you ever P coin?
How do you spell that?
P. Oh, I don't know how you
P
like the Greek letter for the circle.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. I haven't heard of that. Let's tell me about it. Let's have a look.
No, it's just I think it's not in the exchanges. Just I know that a lot of people are waiting for the to go to the market, and I don't know what's happened there. Yes.
Oh yeah, right. So I mean, look, the you know, I mean, I'll look into that. I'll get you an answer for next time. It's an interesting time in crypto, and people are looking here. Says, are you going to talk about Bitcoin? Yes, I will talk about Bitcoin in a minute. But Igor's questions are too good. Okay, so it's we've seen over the last couple of months news about governments, the United States and other places wanting to launch their own stable coin in addition to the ones which are already available. Europe, as an example, wanting to consolidate its kind of find its own footprint in the stablecoin space, and is thinking of banning Tether and going with USDC as a stablecoin as opposed to USDT. And so many other funds and institutions are looking to have their own digital token or stablecoin, of course. Now, what we will see in the crypto space, we will always get a lot of we always get these new projects which are coming on the scene. And you know, like we talked about, like these projects tend to, you know, obviously do airdrops, you know, when they're launching, and they're on decentralized exchanges first. very high risk with not much transparency, right? But there's a lot of money to be made there if you can get in. You think about like some of the big players, VR, Render, FET, AI at the moment, right? Think if you could have got in at the bottom, right? If you could got in before the project had even been launched on Binance, right? So there's definitely something to pay attention to when these things are happening, right? But the space is completely filled with corruption and fraud as well. But what I was saying with the stable coins is that we may now see, with the regulation and institutional adoption starting to gain traction, we might now see it being the everyday conversation at the kitchen table. Hey dad, have you seen that Applebee's are releasing their own token, right? You know what I'm saying? Or McDonald's token, right? And this might be the world we're living in, right? So whereas you buy season tickets for your favorite sports team, but now you buy the crypto, right? And that crypto comes with perks, right? As an example. So this is the world, I think, which we're knocking on the door, where this sort of thing is, have you heard of this, is going to be a more kind of prevalent thing with crypto. But then, of course, there's added risks. But I'll look into this and we can talk about it in a bit more detail. And maybe we can use it as an example of how to assess the legitimacy of a project. In order to know what you're jumping into. So
one thing in the comments, there are 4 comments for you related to the crypto from the Robert and from Elvis. So it is interesting.
Okay. Well, let me. Okay. Well, I don't want to. I'm going to stop sharing for a second because I don't want to give you the infinite loop perspective when I switch screens. Let me look at the questions and I'll jump into Bitcoin. Yeah, thank you. Let's put a chart on. We need something to talk about. So let's have a look. I have a friend that trades those launches, and apparently he's doing better on those than when he was attempting to do. Yeah. So as we talked about earlier, there's a time and a place, right? And at the moment, options are quite limited, right? So you trade whatever edge you can get, right? But the important thing is that you shouldn't be. I was having a conversation. This is a bit of a cliche with me in these live streams. I was having a conversation with a student, right? So I was having a conversation with a student, and he was talking about, the premise of a trade he was showing me just today was based on, and he's a great guy. He's going to be a great trader. It was based on what YouTubers were saying, right? And he was saying that all these YouTubers are saying that this is a project which we want to buy into, right? Before it's too late. Okay. Now I know that those YouTubers have received an email from that company, right, from that startup or whatever, right, saying, can you please promote this token, right? Which is why across the internet you will see this is trending, this is the next hot thing, and this is how kind of like Pepe has kind of it's been ingrained in public consciousness because of that. But I told him this. I'm like, okay, there's nothing wrong with paying attention to what everyone else is saying. And if you see something or hear something which you like and you feel you can capitalize on it, then do it. But he is essentially following them blindly and listening to them and trading off them based on what they've said with no evidence or anything to back it up. He wants to be the one where he is finding the information and then he's exploiting them. Right, he's exploiting what they're saying and he's using it to their advantage. And the only way he can do that is by having an awareness of how to wheedle out the winners from the fakers, and also the ability to, of course, never make a decision solely based on what somebody else is saying, right, or whatever news article is saying. And these are the dangers of the crypto space. But there's a lot of money to be made. But the people who have made money in the space that way have the same strict rule set and processes and protocols that we all have, regardless of what trading style we are doing, right? You have to have a system. And I don't engage with that because it doesn't work for me. But whoever's doing that, you just need to have a system and you need to be good at it. But I can guarantee you, you cannot engage with any part of the market, whether it's liquidity pools or whatever, without a decent experience, knowledge, and skill set of regular, everyday TA, right? You need that, right? Which is why everyday people who listen to YouTubers are so much at risk, because they don't have that knowledge, and then they will listen and then just buy something and then they lose it, right? Which is the issue with the space. And the challenge of moving to a more mainstream place where we are talking about what's the latest hot crypto at the kitchen table, and like, oh yeah, look, mom, I just bought it. You know, that's the conversation, right? But it has to, with the regulation, has to come education, right? And ignorance needs to go down. And YouTube, social media, people like us, right, commentators, we have a responsibility to be like, I am showing you these top altcoin picks because they are giving good opportunities to trade based on established fundamental TA, not because I've got an email from the project who's going to offer me, you know, like 10% of their airdrop for free if I promote it, right? And this is why Ola Prime X is different, and this is why, and you need to understand the difference between this beast and the other, and Mr. Beast, I suppose, is what we're talking about, right? So that was one question. I'm sorry, Igor, I'm getting all the love today. I don't know, why aren't you asking Igor any questions? He's here, right?
Crypto is interesting. Crypto is interesting, and there's a lot of crypto traders. So you're good, Paul.
I used to use KuCoin. I like that platform most until I couldn't in the US anymore. Now, yeah, again, when we're talking about the news about banking, right, and Fed, Jerome Powell, you know, suggesting that they're willing to, you know, these obstacles, the fact that, you know, Binance is very difficult for US people to engage with Binance, right? All of these issues, these barriers will fade away, right, if we have proper regulation, and it seems we're going in that direction. But it is a challenge, and KuCoin does have some great low caps for sure. It was really strong for, you know, their gem picks back in the day. And a lot of those you can now trade with Ola Prime X as well. A quick question for, do you hold your trades during news, or do I rent it afterwards? Do you hold trades during news? No, look, Igor, you know this, right? When we know we've got a big news week, right, we back off, right?
Yes.
I mean, we just back off. But there's an adage in the crypto market that you buy the rumor and sell the news, right? So if you think, like a couple of years ago, that the ETFs are going to be approved in the United States, then you start buying when you start seeing these applications put in by BlackRock and whatever, right? And then you get months and months of further and the price action building and building. But then when the ETFs are finally get approved, people take profits, right? They take profits, right? You don't want to be the trader who is waiting for confirmation of the news, which we've known, which has been coming for 3 months, and then you're essentially buying the top, right? So yeah, two different approaches. Obviously, when you've got like CPI data in the next couple of days, you know someone's going to speak, you back off because that information can move markets and you want to see which direction it is. But also the added thing is, of course, you know, with like mainnet launches and stuff you see from various projects and promises of what's around the corner, right? You trade them, but not in the way you would think, right? The rumor is so important in crypto, right? The rumor drives price action, but the reality of the news just it's not sexy anymore, right? So it's like conspiracy theories, right? Everybody loves them, right? Oh my God, Solana. I've heard Solana is going to do this. It's going to have a fork. It's going to have a hard fork, guys. I know it. This is incredible, right? And then the further in the market builds up. And then 3 months later, Solana goes, yeah, we're not doing that. Boing, right? And right down. So that's buy the rumor, sell the news, essentially.
Yes. And just to give additional thing related to the whole trades during the news. Sometimes if I have a swing trade, and that, for example, I have a 100, 200 pips in profit, and I want to catch 400 pips. I will never watch the news because my trade will not be affected with that news. However, I will move my stop loss either to break even, either to some point. What I know, for example, that during the NFP or CPA or something, I can see a slippage, sometimes 15, 20 pips. But slippage cannot be, more than that. And we need to calculate that and to put our stop loss and swing trades in the right position if we want to catch a little bit profit. But swing and position trades will not be affected usually with the news. But if I have a intraday trade, I like to close my trade, and I can re-enter always again after that. So there's no hurry there, so no problem.
You touch on a good point there. I mean, and this is something which I encounter all the time with myself too, right? Hesitation, uncertainty. I'm in profit in a trade. It hasn't reached my original target, right? But I'm like, okay, I see something going on, right? I'm not certain what's going to happen, so I'm going to get out, right? I'm just going to sit back, and then if things continue, right, then I can re-enter again, right? If you miss a move, right? But you can't chase it. You've got to recognize, okay, so this I've recognized something's different. I've got out because of the hesitation, and I'm not quite sure what's going to happen, right? It's okay. I'm in profit. It's still a win. I've taken it, right? And then you get to have another opportunity. But the benefit of being this way, being this hesitant, being this protective of your capital, is it enforces discipline, right? It enforces you to follow this very strict pattern. Uncertainty equals reducing or exiting, right? And the whole concept, like we talked about with meme coins, right? You want to buy at the bottom and sell at the top. That's the only thing. But for most other assets, right, even in the crypto space, especially because of volatility, you'll always get another opportunity, right? You just have to look at it, plan for it, reevaluate, and then go in. And that will then give you the confidence to escape a trade, to ensure you're protecting your capital and not enduring an unnecessary loss. Because the second your mindset goes from, I'm not certain, but let's wait and see, your whole discipline approach has fallen apart, right? So good advice, sound advice. You can exit. You can. It's like someone, when people are new to trading, right? And exchanges are such intimidating things. The whole interface, right? It's like, oh, what's that? What's that? What's that button? All these numbers. What do I do, right? You can just put on a buy order, right? And if it's wrong, you can just take it off, right? You can just it's okay, right? Everything's fine. Don't worry. And this is the biggest barrier to successful trading, right? Good traders, right, are the ones which are recognize, have a set of rules, and then when those set of rules get triggered, it's like, okay, that means I've got to get out, right? I don't care what happens. And I've missed out like an additional 9x of profits on some trades because I've just been cautious, right? But for every trade which does that, there's more which go the wrong way, right, and take your capital. And you can't let the unique kind of unicorn trades, right, be the ones which capture your attention. You always need to be thinking about the majority of the trades, which, if you don't get out when you get the signals, will go in the wrong direction and wipe you out, right? And it's this very cold, boring, disciplined, move your stop loss to break even kind of approach, which isn't why people necessarily get into trading. But if you want to get the golden plated toilet, right, that's what you got to do, right?
Yes, and sometimes the plan is very important. For example, there are a lot of news. If I have, for example, inflation report, I know that the best strategy is to close the trade before inflation report, because if I have a bullish trend, for example, and if that inflation report is good for my expected value, is good for my trend, usually we will have either some pullback, either the price will not react so fast in that case. If we have the bad news for my bullish structure, then few hours after that, price will drop. And after that, I can enter much, much better positions, and I will join that. So for inflation report, I usually always close my trades. NFP is so hard to predict. NFP is, for me, the thing that I'll never know. It's exactly as you take your coin and put 50% all the time. So I don't like to chase or to bet on NFP. I close my trades always. But for example, FOMC is sometimes that I let my trade and don't close my trade, my swing trade usually, just because in FOMC you can get, for example, you can get good, bad, or nothing, and you can not expect to have all three possibilities. It will always be two of them. For example, we will increase interest rate or we will hold. There's no FOMC that you can expect all three. It's impossible, because it will be either the cut, either nothing will change. And in that case, you can you can make a plan and you can keep your trade if you have a swing trade and very good trade. But inflation and NFP, it's really, really dangerous. And a lot of times I thought that I know something, and it was the disaster for me. So NFP is for me, it's a gambling. It's a really gambling, like in casino. So
yeah. I mean, what do you, in terms of the psychology of the markets you trade, Igor? I mean, what do you find is the biggest challenge in terms of negotiating news events, right? So obviously you've got these rules where you stop trading in the run-up, but have you ever been caught out by things? And is there something you still kind of fear in the market which you struggle to manage?
The problem is in news right now. For example, last 30 days, market don't respect the news anymore. For example, this month called April, the market doesn't respect the news. I had several times, for example, for British pound dollar, we got 5 times bigger GDP than expected. We have that this month. And in the moment of that news, instead of 0.1%, it was 0.5%. And what's happened at the end, in the moment after the news, reaction was nothing. So there's no reaction at all. The market started to go in the direction 1 hour before that, and consolidate on the price level down. Just I watched. I didn't believe that the market doesn't react at all. Sometimes reacts. So the problem for me is that I use only that news usually as catalyst. I know that they push market in some side, and if I'm bullish, I want to make a pullback so I can enter bullish. I can enter long trade. So this is the plan. Just I need sometimes volatility just to enter into the trade, like institutional trader. So if institutional traders want to buy something, they wait the price come very, very low to buy something, because they have a rules. They cannot buy as we retail traders when we want to do that. And I want to copy them. I want to work like them, because I know that they move the market, and the money are in their pockets. So this can always be a good strategy, even in 1,000 years from now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. 1,000 years. I mean, wow. I mean, what is that going to look like? I mean, what would the markets be? The Martian euro. I mean, what? What? Igor, you got any more charts to look at, or do you want me to jump into Bitcoin, or what? Tell me.
Please go to the Bitcoin. I will just close this.
Okay. So I'm a bit frazzled this week because I've been doing a lot of content and I'm not quite sure where we are with anything anymore. So I was talking to Howard yesterday, and Howard is obviously a brilliant trader, and he's very good at getting rid of the hype out of a situation. And we were talking with Bitcoin yesterday, like, if you think Bitcoin is going up right now, that is FOMO, fear of missing out, because right now the TA is we are in a downtrend, right? on the intermediate, right? The most significant time frame at this point, right? For regular trading, right? So the whole concept of what he's saying there, or what I'm saying in response to him, is that even now, even with Bitcoin, even as an experienced trader as I am, I still experience this subtle hum of FOMO because I have investments, right? I want Bitcoin to go up. And that kind of subconscious thought process does impact me. So the point is, I'm looking at these three patterns of where we've had a nice reversal each time we've broken the 200 MA, and then we've had this nice tussle again, and then we've continued up. And now the same tussle is happening again. But of course, what Howard, of course, is suggesting that this is the move. This is the ABC move, right? This is done. Bitcoin needs to come back down for a bit lower. And currently the price action is suggesting that, despite being above long-term support. And again, you know, when we see something like this, this is a death cross, right? This is the 50 on the daily crossing the 200, right? Now, so there's a lot of bearish signals, and anyone thinking that Bitcoin's going up from here just based on looking at this, again, it's FOMO. So we need to have a bit of a pinch of salt with how we look at Bitcoin right now. But there's obviously so many factors, lots of institutional buying, lots of under the hood things which are very bullish for Bitcoin. But again, what are we seeing? We have a death cross. Now we've had a death cross back here, and then after that we had the strong recovery. We had a death cross here, and then of course a couple of weeks, what was it, about those 2 months maybe, yeah, 2 months after, we had the recovery. So we're looking for that higher low in the price action to have this historical precedent happen again. And of course, you know, we then want to see the 50 cross back above the 200, and so we can go up. But right now that hasn't happened, so we have a bearish posture and approaching long-term support, right? That's Bitcoin at the moment. Decision time for sure. I mean, Igor, any thoughts about that?
Yeah, this is it. This is it. We need to be realistic. We need to accept that.
Yeah, and Howard has been doing that for me. But you know, this is the 1 month, right? So if you want a more succinct report on this, we have, of course, 2 Bitcoin coverage videos per week on Holoprime X. It'd be great to have you over there. Like and subscribe. Hashtag comment. So this, of course, is, you know, we've had this breakout, strong move. We've come back down, and this is where we are, right? So everyone is looking at this candle, right, and what we need to see. Firstly, of course, we need to see it close above the previous one, right? And we've got just under 2 weeks to go, and this is what people will be looking at, right? So you can expect between now and the end of the month, right, it's going to be a waiting game for Bitcoin. And then if we zoom in a bit further, this is where we are right now. We're waiting for this trend change on the intermediate, right? So we are in this represents the primary trend, okay? So very, you know, so this is the primary trend here, and this is another example of it, right, on the monthly. And we're in an uptrend, and we've got a higher high and maybe probably a higher low. This is where we are, right? So the primary is in an uptrend, but the intermediate, represented by these sort of time frames, 6 hour, 12 hour, is in a downtrend, right? And in order for us to allow the primary to continue being an uptrend, the intermediate needs to switch from a downtrend to an uptrend pretty soon, okay? Ideally in this area. And to do that, we need a higher high or a higher low. Basic stuff, right? So how does Bitcoin put in this higher low? This is the question. If we come back down here to put in that higher low, which we need, we've lost the bullish premise because we're back in this pattern. So again, a bit of uncertainty, right? No long trades are going to play out in the crypto market as a result of that. We bleed slowly down here and maybe bounce off here. That is slightly more bullish because, of course, we're remaining on the other side of this pattern and this moving average on the 6 hour. So the best possible scenario at the moment would be just a slow move to here. Now we're at the end of the month. We've maybe got the candle body close on the monthly chart, and hopefully it closes above. But if we come down here, it might not. And then we have a go upwards. So there's a lot of factors for Bitcoin at the moment. And the most likely scenario is we'll see maybe something like this in the short term. And, you know, it's got work to do. And to get to the other side of this pattern, maybe we just need time, right? But this is what you're looking for. Wouldn't recommend entering any long trades just based on this, because as you can see, it's been a breakout, but it's very weak and it's kind of stuck. This is the hourly. Price action is weakening for sure. We've got a lower high here. The 4 hour This is the 4-hour 200 MA is sustaining the price action currently, as is this fib level, but there's strong resistance overhead. Got to see this coming down for sure, or maybe a range trade over here, but obviously we don't want to come down into here. And again, this is the 4-hour, a little bit cleaner. I mean, Igor, do you see this as a launching off point to attack this area?
When I check the relative strength index on daily chart and draw a trend line, I can see that we broke that trend line this week. And it looks interesting. Of course, the momentum is not great, but we broke that. So if you just draw, yes, something.
Yeah, you're right. You're always good with the RSI. See, this is the
Even
point.
even if you draw here a little bit upside, so you take this, yes. Even if you take this, we just broke that, and
Yeah,
I think it's nice. It's nice movement, but maybe we will retest a little bit that trend line. Maybe we can go up. I don't know, but we need just momentum, some stronger momentum for Bitcoin to justify that.
Yeah, and you're not going to get that until we're the other side of this, to be honest. But yeah, this is good, right? And this is, you know, this is just people forget. You can draw patterns on the RSI, people. Okay, they can predict and front run moves, right? If you see Bitcoin poking its head above here, right? Maybe that's gonna. But you know, again, if it comes back down to retest, you know, that might be enough to get that higher low, and then that's away. So yeah, good shout on that one for sure. But it's just. It's look again, I'm looking at this and we've got this nice clean kind of double bottom, right? For sure, right? But this is just, it's really struggling, right? This is the macro uptrend. This is where it looks like it's stopped, and we haven't put in a lower low yet, but we've put in a higher low. That's your first warning sign, right? This macro uptrend is over, and then we could see a bit of movement down. But you've got a point of control. There's a lot of support, but then this is the problem. If we lose that, that's then resistance again. The price action has to get through. So Bitcoin at the moment, it's like walking through mud a little bit, really challenging, very difficult to pivot and make moves, really. And again, Bitcoin dominance is reflective of that sentiment when this is going up. Of course, this is Bitcoin season. There's no one's investing in the altcoin market because, of course, you know, we don't know where Bitcoin's going to go next. There's a lot of uncertainty. So this is very reflective of that, and we need to see a move. So if you are thinking of a scalping long trade, keep your eye on Bitcoin dominance. We need it to start coming down here and putting in a lower low maybe, or at least a higher low for you to even consider it, right? Because it's just challenging stuff. And obviously that GMX trade, right? We've got an order on here now, right, for a long setup, but there are more signals I expect to get from Bitcoin, which will likely make me exit this position, right? Then I can envisage bullish ones, right? So this is a, you know, trying to capitalize on the attention this coin and token is getting it. And if Bitcoin stays still, the other side of its pattern, then maybe there'll be enough interest to propel this up to my take profit, right? But right now, very cautious trading. This long, I'm going to be looking at with a lot of attention. And the first sign of anything from Bitcoin, a drop back into this area, I'll be looking to exit. And then, as we talked about, I will wait and see, and then I will look to re-enter if I can. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. Yeah. So that's Bitcoin.
Beautiful. I just watch Bitcoin on the futures market just to see, can I see some volume? We just share the screen.
Yes, there is, I think, some coming in. Yeah. There is a bit of divergence with open interest, for sure. Yeah.
And what I see here, I took relative volume because it's very good for futures market on the breakouts. So, for example, look this moment. It was the 6th November last year. After this huge volume in futures market, we got strong push for Bitcoin up to more than 100,000. So I see, for example, this big push. It's really good when I see that we break a relative strength index, and after a couple of days, a strong volume push in upside momentum, and it's I think it's the most beautiful moment to enter in any asset. So for example, I will just show you the same thing for well, let me watch, for example, British pound futures. If we go to the daily chart and we find the month of the January, it was the 21st January this year. You can see huge relative volume, almost more than 2 relative volume this candle, and from that candle it was 1.23, and now we went about 1.32. So it's a really huge push in the market, and I like that. And for example, look this, the same thing for relative volume. We had a bearish move here, and after that there's no volume, big volume for bullish. So the volume decreased, and it was the false push just a little bit, and after that we went down. So the best thing when we catch the momentum plus increase in relative volume, I think it's a beautiful every single trade when you have several triggers and all that triggers are on your side. So yeah. So I would like something to see on Bitcoin and for any assets. So we can relax. I like when I have a lot of triggers. Yes.
Yeah. Well, let me. Do you mind if I just speaking exactly what you? Well, not exactly what you're talking about. Do you mind if I just share this chart, just as we approach the end? Because I think you're bringing up talking about what we were saying with Howard and stuff, right? And looking at TA. Obviously, there are more things we can look into with any asset to see what's going on under the hood, right? So I'm only obviously. I am bullish on Bitcoin for multiple reasons, right? But I'm not entering any positions until I've got the signals I need, right? So that's just to clarify. But this is Bitcoin weekly on the top and open interest on the bottom. Now, when you're using open interest to have a look into what the rest of the market is doing in terms of futures and so forth, right? Obviously it's not a binary thing, right? So a divergence between Bitcoin's price and open interest doesn't necessarily mean a reversal is on the cards, because it's very contextual. So you have to look at the market and use that as it is. So it's not as binary as that. However, typically when you see open interest increasing at a faster rate than what we're seeing out of the price action, and then you have obviously a decrease in the volume if we're in a downtrend, and then you start seeing these volume spikes for the bullish, then that is again an insight into what's happening underneath the hood, which might imply that of course we've got the a bullish reversal from Bitcoin coming. And then if you look at the global money supply M2, that it also is offering potential signals based on the recent correlation over the last 6 months or so, where Bitcoin is lagging behind that by a couple of months at least. And open interest, and the M2 is of course also well on its way upwards, just like open interest is starting to at the moment. So these are insights and correlations we can look at, but of course they don't override the basic TA, but they inform our preparation for the next move, and so we're ready for it. If that kind of makes sense.
Yes, this is beautiful chart. This is beautiful educational chart. So.
Yeah, colored arrows just make it, right? Sell it.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll have something to report on my GMX trade. As I said, there's more likelihood I will abandon it, right? If I'm not comfortable, right? This is something which all traders should be very comfortable with at the moment, right? And don't get frustrated if you have 5 trade premises you're planning, or even set some orders on, right? And you exit all of them, or they don't complete. That's fine. It's difficult trading conditions right now, and you don't want to be jumping out of the tank and walking around just yet. There may still be a few snipers around, right? And that's the way I look at it at the moment. So what about you, Igor? What are you hoping for? I mean, are we streaming tomorrow?
I think not. I think it's a Eastern Friday, so we will rest a little bit.
Okay, I didn't know that, but that's just that question.
I think that I saw the schedule for this week, and I think I will not be here. So
well, maybe they're just planning on having me. I don't know. Why would you have me if you could have you? I don't understand that, but whatever.
So right, did you see the schedule for tomorrow? No.
No, but let's just say that's my fault.
So before the end of the session, I just want to celebrate the Eastern and these days, to be happy in the warm weather and with your family somewhere. So I hope the best.
Likewise with you, my friend, and I'll see you on the other side of it. Hopefully with maybe a bit of chocolate in our bellies, maybe just a little bit.
It's fine. It's fine.
All right. Take care, my friend. See everyone later. Thanks for the comments.
I wish you the best. Okay. Bye-bye.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, what's up, Jannie? How are you?
I'm good, thanks, mate. How are you? Sorry.
Bad at all. Not too bad at
How
all.
was the day, man? Did you get any trading opportunities today or not?
Yeah, I actually did. I'm actually in both of them still. I'm short USD CAD and I'm long GBP CHF.
All right, great. Well, I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to just add. That's not why I said if you don't mind. Hi, Aymane. How's it going?
I'm good, and you? Hello, Michael.
I'm good, thanks.
Hey,
Good,
man.
thanks. You're
What's
supposed to
up?
join. You're supposed to join a minute before the session starts, not a minute after the session starts. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the screen. And Andre, if you're watching, you'll enjoy this. You know, like I've been looking at a black background on my chart for so long. It was. Now I've changed it to a white background. It was like, whoa, what's going on here? Like I had to redraw everything. But anyway, my eyes got used to it now, and I did do a trade. And it was based on the pound US dollar, the exact analysis we spoke about last night. So we'll start with the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, Aymane, what's your opinion on the NASDAQ? It was a very kind of, you can see on the daily time frame, it's really just a bit of a doji, clearly a slow day. And if you look at, if I just do open this up here, yeah, I mean, this was where was the open? That was the open. What do you make of that, Aymane? What was your take on the NASDAQ today?
Yeah, I was bearish till, but because it was a tricky one, because there was not enough space, let's say, for a move to go down. It was a lot of demand zones below. So I took actually one trade, same setup like yesterday, but it was quick. But definitely, like you are right, it was a more of a rangy day. Like not much. I think it's because today is the holiday also. So.
Yeah, we spoke about that yesterday. It probably is going to be like more or less like a Friday, and I don't. Fridays is typically not, for me anyway. It's not a really good day to trade. What's your take on that?
Friday, definitely. I don't trade Mondays and Fridays. Friday also. Yeah. Friday is a tricky day. Yeah.
I think I think Mondays are actually better than Fridays. Mondays can potentially, well, for me anyway, Mondays can produce, but Fridays are definitely, especially after the first hour and a half. If it doesn't really set up nicely, it can be quite tricky to trade. So, but you can show us the trade that you took just in a moment. I just want to go back to this the pound US dollar trade, and this was the level we identified yesterday, right? The breakout retest. And if you took this trade, I've got such a sad story with this trade, because I'll show you.
Is it the timing again?
No, it's something worse than that. I mean, the trade, the profit was up $1,700, and then I only cashed in like 900. I'll tell you, but I'll show you why. You'll see on the 15-minute time frame. You see this candle here?
Yeah.
This 15-minute, they just kind of doop. That was, but like I was hoping for it to find support there, and I'm like, okay, that's realistic. So I'll go one lower, right, just to kind of to give it some space. It's like, that's where Jannie puts his stop loss. Let's go all the way there. I know I was up. I was up 1,700, and I only took 900. But I mean, that's okay. My take profit was at the 1.28 level. Oh, 1.28, 1.328. There. Okay, so you can imagine while this candle was forming. Let me just zoom in. Yeah. It was like, oh yeah, I'm getting this. This is definitely coming in. It looks very good, and even on the other time frames as well. The 1 hour looked pretty healthy. The 4 hour looked pretty healthy, and it just kind of took me out before it went back up again. I thought the 1.28 was not too ambitious because it's still within yesterday's wick. Like if I go to the daily time frame, yeah. So the take profit would have been, still inside this upper wick, and not the actual high. If you know, well, I think I've mentioned this a few times. I don't like to take profit right at the previous high. I reduce the take profit. That is just to increase the probability of the trade actually to hit profit at the target. Didn't want to give it to me, man. Didn't want to give it to me, but that kind of sucked. But at least that's nearly a 2% gain. So I'll take it. It was the only trade on the pound US dollar this week. So I'll take it. I'll have it.
Right.
Yeah, it was a good trade from that support, and you mentioned it yesterday. It was,
it's just beautiful. Beautiful, yeah. It was just such a nice entry. And I have shown these examples before. When you're in a very clear uptrend, these setups right here is maybe a little bit better on the half an hour. You got to go through different time frames. But these setups, when it comes back to that support level, that's exactly what you want to see. That's exactly what the trade setup looks like. So I've placed a few of them, and last week I also on the pound US dollar on the way up. Where was it? Yeah, up here. There was exactly the same opportunity. I'll show you quickly, if you don't mind, guys. Yellow. This is still based on the black background, so just bear with me. What's it here? Oh, you're gonna have to be patient. You're gonna have to be patient. Let's find it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, that's also ticked in right here. It was right here. It was exactly the same entry, or based on exactly the same idea, right? Back to the support level, and then you broke out. You see that? Mm-hmm. Actually, you can probably go on the bodies itself. So it's exactly today we had it's exactly the same setup, down to a support level, and the play is on the 4-hour time frame. I don't know if you can remember. Were we in the session together, Michael? I can't remember. But basically, when we had this push to the upside and we were approaching this resistance level, we spoke about don't trade this right here, okay? It's either going to pull back or it's going to break out. Don't guess what it's going to do. Let it do what it's going to do, and then you can trade it from there. So in this case, it did break out. So you trade the retest. Yeah. So that's where that trade came from today. Any questions, Aymane? Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, it's
makes sense. Pretty straightforward, right? Yeah. Breakout retest.
Yeah.
I love my breakout retest. You'll know that. Then. Yeah. So so that's the pound US dollar. Now, what can we expect for next week? How would I play this next week? To be honest with you, I don't really know right now. I need a few more candles. We'll see how Monday goes. But because you see, again, from this level, let me just delete this line. You are basically now where we are right now. You could argue that you're in the middle of a range, potential the beginning of a range, right? Could go up and come back down, or this can go and find resistance there and come back down, making a double top. There's too many things that can potentially happen here, but right where we are right now, I don't think it's a good point to make any decisions. Even though I'm still bullish. I think we can go to 1.337 and perhaps even higher than that in the slightly longer term. But right now, there's nothing lining up right now. The opportunity was coming up this support level. Okay, so and then let's go over to Grandpa Bitcoin, who didn't want to get out of bed today. Still kind of ranging to the side, yeah. Well, slightly, yeah. Well, actually, slightly higher. I think the daily actually pushed a little bit higher. So the support is still holding for now, anyway. What's the? You see, like $376 in profit after like a week. I've been in this trade for a week. Oh my!
I think it's paying you minimum wage, Jannie.
This is McDonald's wages, man. What's going on here? Yeah, so 377, but the swaps took like $120, $130 nearly. So that's quite a lot. Okay, so that's basically reducing my profit from 1% to less than that, whatever that is. What's it, 0.8% or something?
Right.
So, but yeah, the bias and all of that hasn't changed. It's still exactly the same, obviously. You know, the double top, double bottom, or the pullback and so on. Now, what I've done for you guys today is I want to get your opinion on this. I know nobody wants to buy Bitcoin. I'm going to sell it to you today, boys and girls. Well, you are boys, but maybe a girl is watching. But I'm gonna sell some Bitcoin to you today. All right. Here's an image of Bitcoin upside down. All right, so the new candles will form to the left-hand side. So let me put it, well, let me create the context here. Okay. Up here, you have a major resistance level. You get a double top, confirmed, breaking the neckline. It comes back to retest the neckline, which is also a Fibonacci retracement level. And then it comes back down, breaks that low, which is actually high on the real chart, a low, and it also breaks the trend line. Would you buy or sell this?
Man, you did a good job with that. Now it does look like a sell.
The sell was over here, ladies and gentlemen. The sell was over here.
Yeah.
Right?
That would be my exact setup, as you guys know.
Well, that's it. Yeah, exactly. But nobody wants to sell it. Why? I don't understand it. It's maybe you need to take a screenshot and turn it upside down. I actually do that a lot. I take screenshots and I turn it upside down, and then I look at because it's for me it's almost easier to short.
Yeah.
Right.
No, it's definitely a fresh vantage point for sure.
Yeah. So my question is, give me an argument to buy this.
It would need to break back. It would need to break back above that. This is short from here. It looks.
This is short. The probability is much higher for this to go to the support level, and perhaps even this support level over here, than for it to go in the opposite direction. Would you agree with that? It's much higher likely to go to the support level.
Yeah.
Aymane, do you agree with that? Michael? Yeah.
Actually,
not sure.
Not quite sure.
You're not quite sure? Okay, in my book, that's a short all day long. That's a short. Okay. Look, for me, when this structure would break is if this higher low, this lower high, because remember the chart is upside down, right? This lower high is if that gets broken and we get back into this area and this double top struggles, then I would say, this is why I say, this is Bitcoin's last chance. Okay, it needs to kind of do something right now, because if it doesn't, it's going to be in trouble. So, but anyway, I just wanted to show you this because remember, this resistance level comes from the monthly. It's a very strong resistance level with a double top and so on. Okay, but anyway, right now, I can just go back to the proper chart. We're just in that range.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's very, very slow, but we'll see. If it's what it's going to do, it's going to break up to the upside or the lower end. I think the probability is higher for it to go to the upside.
Yeah,
I just do. Okay, so yeah, that is that's Bitcoin. The weekly time frame is about to close. Well, it's not about to close. What am I talking about? It's Thursday. Does it trade to is Bitcoin open or on? I don't even know. Like on Easter Friday.
Yeah, I think it never closes. Weirdly enough.
I know. Yeah, never.
Yeah, never close. Never takes a break.
Maybe CFD's broker. Maybe they close back.
Yeah, the CFDs they're different.
If I can show quick, I'm in a trade just on TradingView.
Yeah, sure.
Quickly, just the idea behind it. Actually, it's here, like it's the same setup. Like, can you watch the footprint? No. Share again. It's just on trading view, not my account, but let's show you the screen. So it's like we are trending higher, 16,559 on volume on this candle here. We had again a big push and we had a failure, and then I took like a small trade here. So normally my stop was above here and then I move it lower here. Now normally I should go break even. So was some sellers here 991, like big cluster. This is the biggest cluster here. Buyers try to push, we fail, create a wick, waited for this candle here, and when I saw the momentum is bearish, and then I said, okay, there are definitely those like sellers, and those buyers here got absorbed. So we failed 2 times to break higher, and I took a small. It was a good one, but it's,
Oh, you're in the trade right now, right? Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
So this
Yeah,
is the what time frame is this? 3 minutes.
This is 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I use 3 minutes, 5 minutes just to confirm. You remember those types of candle that I took previous week, closed bearish, and here it was like, let's say 20 seconds before 3 minutes closed, so I anticipated that it would close.
But why wouldn't you take profit at that
yeah, no,
zone?
normally yes. Normally I should take profit here or move my, let's say my stop loss above this candle here. So normally I want to see, just because why I'm not taking yes profit. Just I want to see how this -70, how it will react. For me, it's bad sign. We could have a retracement, so I could close right now, because when we have like a big cluster at the low of the candle, I want to see straight continuation, no retracement. So let's follow just with the momentum to see if there will be continuation. So the idea is this -770, sorry, it's the biggest cluster on this candle here. So I want to see straight. Okay, here we go. It's good.
There so we go. Look at that.
Move it.
Oh, you trail it as well.
Yeah. So there is definitely a demand here.
Yeah, it's on a support level on the 1 minute.
So we could come take those lows here. Still bearish, and also like this demand area, it's not that strong. Do you remember yesterday we talked about the same setup?
Yeah.
We talked about the same setup on the 1 hour here. Like, yeah, there is a demand, but supply are more in control. Like, we are coming from this supply here that we created yesterday. Same idea to this previous week. It was bearish continuation. We came here to top here. We open up the NY session with the same candle. Sellers are in control to this previous week. Close bearish continuation. Here I took my trade basically. But yeah. Sorry I interrupt you, but I think I will get out here. Let's see if we will get some extra something. Again, this 70 cluster here at the low of the candle, it's still looking good. But if we close inside here, I think we can get at least a small retracement, which I don't want to be a part, because we are
not on Easter Thursday, whatever. Yeah, well, as I said to you, like we are now right on the. I can show you my screen, and just you can just have a quick look at why I said we are approaching a support level. Did you get out, or are you still in the trade?
No, I'm I'm up. Let's say how much? Oh, let me show.
No, you don't have to. Like, if you're still in the trade, that's okay. I mean,
still, yeah.
No, I was going to show you for me, I would, I'm not saying get out or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, if I was in that trade, I probably would have got out here. Oh, your screen is still showing.
Yeah, it's sorry.
Okay, let's have a look. Okay, we probably need to go. You see, this is what I was talking about. This support level, yeah.
Yes,
that?
and that's
So they get your bullish candle, but you don't get that break to the upside. So now it's breaking lower. Now it's breaking through.
and like you are right. There is a support, but for me, this all what I am getting now is free because I put my stop above the 70 cluster. So all this thing is just free.
Yeah. So,
free
but you probably took profit now, right? Or not yet?
yeah. No, I got out here.
Oh, you got out. Okay, that was a nice trade.
Yeah, it was a nice one.
Very nice. That is that's a nice thing about scalping. I don't. Michael, do you do scalping or not?
Nah.
No. Okay.
Nah.
I mean, I do all three. I do intraday, swing trading, and scalping. Look, so all three. But I don't do. Sorry.
Scalping. I mean, if I was to swing something, maybe if I took one of my 5 setups on a 4-hour chart instead of the hourly, and then I may hold it for like a day or two. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask you your take on. I think you mentioned something about the Bitcoin. You would like it to close above 88. Is that the level, or what was your level?
Yeah, I want to see it close above that 50, but that price would be, I think it was 85
I think
or something. Let me see.
See my. Let me show you. Yeah. I had to just reset. What's it? The 50 EMA, right?
Yeah. So yeah, if it closed above 88,500, then yeah, it's like
The
right
50.
there.
The
Yep,
50.
the 50 EMA.
Yeah, but this is. How do you mean it needs to? Oh, on the daily or?
Yeah, on the daily. Yep.
Okay. I see. Okay. Right.
Right there.
This is not really that far away, right? So it's like
not at all. And if you look to the left, you can see a big W structure, pretty much off that 200 EMA. If you get a close above this 50, somewhere around 88,500, that's nice. I'll be long then.
No, I think it's much lower than that. It's like 85 and a half. Isn't it?
For me, it's like more like 88,500.
Okay, but 88,500 is over here.
Yeah, so
sorry,
around 87.
That's 88,500. 87. Oh, okay,
Yeah,
there. Oh, okay,
yeah.
okay. So you also want to break this candle as well? Is that what you're saying? Or just the EMA?
No, I really just wanted to close on the daily above that 50 EMA. That's really it.
All right.
At that point, because it has everything else, I would want to see it close above it. From there, though, yeah, I think it definitely has the power to push up in.
Well, I'll see what I can do over the weekend for you. Oh man, it's we're stuck in a range. But I was like almost thinking like, should I just get out of this trade and wait for it to kind of break out and retest or what? Because I don't want this to. Because the thing is, no, I'll leave it open. Obviously, I'll leave it open. But it's just if I, as I said, like the swaps is already like $130 after a week. Like this, I mean, Bitcoin hasn't done much for a while because when did that head and shoulders form? This was on. Oh, sorry about this. This is on the 9th. Man, oh man, it was last week Wednesday.
Yeah,
last week Wednesday, and then you got the pullback. Yeah, and then this was Thursday. So from year to year is now a week. Oh, I suppose it's not really completely unnatural. It's a week, but it's the range. Obviously, we are moving towards the upper end. But if we go into a bit of a straight line there, then we can probably get another pullback. So who knows how long that's going to take? But yeah, I'll just leave it open for now. We'll see how it plays out. So okay, so that is That's the NASDAQ, the pound, US dollar, and Bitcoin.
Mhm.
Over to anyone who wants to take over.
Yeah. Let me show my screen just to show. I couldn't find the recording, but I will show just the idea. So I took actually today a couple trades, but let's show just the main setup. But I will first start from yesterday, the setup that I took, and it stopped me out. It was approximately the same setup. So let's go back a little bit. This is yesterday. Yeah. So yesterday we were sitting on this demand here. This is the 4-hour time frame, and we had this news related to tariff. So let's forward. So it was we had a
Give me a
supplier.
quick second, guys. Somebody's at my door.
Yeah. So this is yesterday's setup just to compare. It was the same as today. So we had this supply yesterday, and I took a sell from here. It stopped me out on the week. I was targeting those lows right here. So today it was.
Did you re-enter the trade, or did you just leave it? I'm just curious.
Yesterday.
Yeah,
I
took, say like if you get stopped out with like a wick, right? If it wicks you out, would you consider re-entering the trade, or do you just kind of would you rather wait for the next?
The thing is, I have a rule of, let's say, 5 minutes to 10 minutes between to take another trade. So if I take 5, if I took 5 or 10 minutes break, and then like it's still setup is still valid, I take it. Yesterday, actually, after it, I took a couple of scalps, and they went well. But this setup, I missed the setup.
Okay,
yeah,
that's fair enough.
It was painful.
Yeah, I know. Well, I felt the same today with that pound US dollar.
Yeah.
Oh man, to give back half your profits is never nice, but I mean, it's just kind of it happens. It will never go away. It's like one of those things, you know. It's just kind of it will be there permanently. You'll just get those ones. Sorry, carry on, Aymane.
Yeah. So just to add on, like when I opened the chart just to analyze in the pre session, so what I saw is okay from the Asia session we are, let's say, trending higher, let's say, where the buyers are taking control. So for me, to be honest, I was waiting more of continuation because I talk a lot about this pattern. So when we are trending from Asia, London respects the low of the Asian session. So the NY session also we get continuation, maybe a small, let's say, pullback and then continuation. And then like a couple of seconds before the market opened, actually this candle here, it was green. And then some big orders entered, turned to red. Let me show the footprint of it. It was here, and really strong, like big orders entered to the market. Yes, here. So we had some big cluster here at the low of the candle, and at the open we had straight continuation to the downside. So for me, this zone was, let's say, a supply zone, plus the price action like go hand to hand with what.
I got something real quick, guys. I was actually waiting on this. I'm sorry. I'm looking at UCAT right now. I'm gonna share my screen really quick. My bad, Amy. I've been looking at this.
No. If you are in a trade, this is the first thing.
Yes. Okay, so we're right here. I like this. This the way this just closed. This is good for me. This is a 35 pip stop loss. I'll risk the half on this one. Let me see. 125. All right, so like 350. All right, let me grab this really quick. This is UCAT. I'm shorting this. My stop is going to be right here at 38.82, right? 38.82. 38.82. And we'll scoot this down to 150. Right, and then I'll just come back in and put the the TP on it. All right, so we are.
What do you think of the?
This is a nice
one. Sorry, Michael. Sorry to interrupt you.
37.65. We'll come back in here and put this at 37.65. 37.65.
Oh, I see that.
All right, sweet. That was it. That was it.
I was going to ask you.
This was nice. Looking at this earlier today.
What about the time of the day?
Go ahead. What was you about to ask me?
The time of the day.
What was that?
The time of the day.
Yep.
The time.
Yep. Normally, I don't like to take these after 12. Like normally, I don't like to take these after 12, but I only put a half a position on here.
Yeah, but it's like it's approaching that support. Okay, you obviously have your pattern. I see it. Yeah. I would just
like
be
this same trap move. I like how this closed below all of this as well. If anything, we might see a little bit of retracement to right here to this price, but that's about it. I don't really see it going much higher than that.
Sorry, Michael. Like the two previous candles, this is also we call it a trap candle. This is
Yep. Just like UCAD. So funny enough, this is pretty much the same thing, right? How this happened, it closed above. This came back down and closed below, and then it touched this 13 EMA right here, and then the very next candle came above and closed. It closed above all of this in one candle. This is pretty much the same thing, but the other way around. It closed below. This next green candle came back above, touched this 13 EMA, and the very next one, it didn't close below all of it like this candle did, but this next candle did. So these two are very similar, like very, very similar. And then I like my TDI. My TDI looks nice on here.
Yeah, it does give it a, makes it more colorful.
Yeah, we'll see what it does.
I like it. It's a good setup. But it's. I hope you get the kind of that push you need, that momentum you need for that trade to move this time of the night. But you're probably going to close it because you don't need it.
As soon as it gets to here, this is pretty much where I move my stop loss to break even. About right here, right? So not too far away, but yeah, if it gets here, which is targeting this blue tracer right over here, I'll go ahead and move my stop. It is late. I don't want to be holding on to this for too long. This is already a riskier trade, to be honest. So that's why I only put half my position on it. But this is nice. This is actually a nice setup.
Yeah. Agree with that.
So I'm looking at that. And since I got the screen, I might as well show this really quick too. This is a little, now these I can actually take later in the day for my particular setup, right? But if I can get a close below this price here, but I need this to happen at 2 o'clock. If this don't happen at 2, then I'm not touching it. Right?
Why? Where are you going? You going somewhere?
So for me on the indices, for it to work in the last hour of the day doesn't really work out too well. So I wouldn't want to be in here from 3 to 4. Now, if it closed here at 2, I will give it from 2 to 4. I'll give it 2 hours to work, but not 1.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to be strict on those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I today too.
You know what? What's your take on? Would you take a trade during a news event like? What was that one today? What the unemployment claims that came out today? Would you? You wouldn't?
Any red news? I can't be in the market doing any red news. I had too many bad experiences.
See,
I
I don't
avoid
like.
the plague.
To me, there's only like I think you know the three ones, the three musketeers that I kind of I'm wary of, and that is core CPI, NFP, and FOMC.
Right.
And those are the three main ones because that's when the spreads really increase and yeah. But anyway, yeah,
Well, yeah,
I think
I just wanted to show that really quick. My bad, Amen. I
No, it's okay.
just saw that. We'll see what that bad boy does.
that bad boy.
Yeah, let's see. Funny enough, like I mentioned to you guys, well, hang on, I'm sorry, man. Let me just show this really quick. You guys remember yesterday I was looking to take this long, right? Oh, my bad, not S&P, but USD CAD. I was looking to take this long yesterday when it was here. It almost confirmed right on this candle, right? We got our 1350 cross here. We got our nice our nice W structure. I was expecting this to run up, bounce off of here, and go long to the 200 EMA. That was my move for yesterday, which of course never happened, right? So for this to turn around today, 1350 crosses now to the downside, right? And then we have this little move here, funny looking M structure, come up, close. This close right here is nice. You could have grabbed this. Well, actually, let me see. Let's look at this. I don't think we have 4-hour confirmation on this. Let's see though. Actually, we did. So this actually was two positions. You could have grabbed this here and then a second where I'm at. So I'm actually grabbing the second position. Yeah. But this entire setup, this is what I would call from that show Billions is the windy roads, right? What actually may look like a long, which I thought was a long yesterday. And I like what you always say, Aymane, is that you keep your bias open for longs and shorts, right? Like you got to be open-minded with this market because what you're looking at it could be wrong, right? You could be looking at it backward. So you always got to have that open mind. And for me, once this 13 EMA crossed back to the downside, now I'm looking for shorts on here instead of longs. I was long yesterday, but not today. I'm short today, right? Because the bias has changed. The setup has changed. So yeah, just want to point out.
Yeah, but that's only natural. That's only natural as new candles gets added to the chart. The picture changes, but you know, yeah, no, that makes sense. But do you have like a longer term bias on, or does that not really play a role when you look for opportunities on the 1 hour?
Nah, so I'm really just looking at the 1 hour chart. For me, I just need 4-hour confirmation. I don't really have a long-term bias. This might go to my target on here would be 37.65. So not far at all, actually. I don't see it going much past it because it's actually already low. So maybe about 75, 80 more pips. And that's really it to the downside. If it hits there, I wouldn't be interested in it going shorter than that because it's already super low. Like super low.
Too low, almost too low. Below the belt, kind of low. Yeah. Okay, so that was whose? Oh, Aymane, I think you're sharing your screen, Aymane. But
yes,
don't worry.
I think.
No, you don't have to. No, don't worry. No, nothing. What was your take on, Michael, on the pound US dollar? Or is that was not something on your radar today? Because I know you trade.
It wasn't. Because remember, it never came back down. I'm looking for it to touch the 200 EMA to give that type of pattern. It's nowhere.
Well, what about right now? Do you think that's it could do that right now? If it struggles with at the moment and it kind of breaks that support level, what would you make of that?
My bad. I feel like I'm stealing your thunder here, Aymane. But
it's okay.
So
I try to share my screen. Jannie didn't let me, so.
Sorry, man. No, because you had like you had that
I'm joking.
in the mirrors. All right, we're
Right.
there.
So
Okay,
yeah,
so
this for me is nothing. Like this is nothing. I don't like how I pointed this out yesterday. I think once this crosses, I need price to come back and touch it, which you see has not done. Right now, of course, this could bounce off of this 50 EMA and continue to go. But if it does, I wouldn't be interested in that trade because that's not a setup for me. Like out of my 5 setups, that's nothing. That's not a real setup for me. So even if this did bounce off this area and keep going, I mean, which it obviously could totally do, right? I would say if it broke this area and closed above here, it probably will do that. It probably will. I just know I won't be in it if it did that. This would need to come all the way down here and give me some type of move off of this and then go to the upside. And I'll be in once the close above the 13.
yeah, I'm just trying to think. So what do you? But in terms of but you don't really care about patterns and so on. It just needs to give you what you're looking for. That makes sense.
Yep.
If that's the case.
Yep. Because right here, right, like say if I was to take this trade, my very first thing I ask myself is, as we always say, where am I? I know where I am. This is level 3 for me. I can't take level 3 trades. I needed to take a level.
Amen. I want to ask you a question. Have you ever woken up in the morning and ask yourself, where am I? Have you?
Yeah, it's happened quite a lot of times.
Those are the best nights. Those are the best nights.
Happened a lot of times. A lot of times. Oh man, we're getting to know Aymane this evening.
Yes.
What I am.
Those could be the worst or the best times ever when you're asking yourself that question.
Yeah, those are the best and the worst days of your life, for sure.
Yes. So yeah.
All right, what did I do with the dollar cat? Hey, the dollar cat is, well, I think it's been less than 15 minutes you've been in the trade, but it definitely moved lower. But yeah, it'd be great if that one works out. Were you looking at is there anything else on your radar today, or was that pretty much it?
Nah, that was it. Maybe this, as I pointed out, maybe this S&P trade in the next 15-20 minutes, maybe, if we can get this closed. We'll know because my alert will go off any second here, right? But yeah, if I can get a close right there, this will be nice for me then. Yeah. But right now it's just weird. Yeah, it's kind of sitting in this place. And I don't like to take first legs. Like I never take first legs, right? Like, because this always happens. Like how this comes down like this, I need it to come back and do it again, basically. And then I'll be interested in it. Because now that kind of gives me that M structure I'm looking for, right? I want it to look more like that.
Yeah. The McDonald's structure. You're a big fan of the McDonald's structure. Do you like the McDonald's? Aymane also likes the McDonald's. Or are you more into the chicken nuggets?
Actually, the McDonald's structure makes sense. Yeah, just buyers try to push, fail. So it's a good structure, like the failure or W or McDonald's or good.
And then also you got this is the retest, like this area, right? Like just somewhere over here. Once this broke through all of this, retesting the same area. It's funny how it all goes, right? Because Jannie, you say you love the break and retest. Part of this structure includes the break and retest.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah. It definitely does. Yeah. Yeah, breakout and retest is just oh man, you will save yourself from so many false breakouts. Like a lot. Because you breakout, retest. Oh, doesn't retest. Retest, just completely fails.
Say, because it's hard to tell a breakout versus a fake out. It's super hard to tell.
Yeah. So it's like the retest is like an insurance policy almost.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
and the cost you pay for it is just being patient. Sometimes it's gonna break out right away, right? And you can't get in the trade. That's totally fine.
Yeah, those ones I just miss. Those ones I
don't care about.
I still miss them to this day.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like for me, right? It's like the GBP trade. If this continues to go higher, I just missed it. It's not a setup for me. Like it's just not. I need it to come down and touch the 200 EMA because I know that there's orders below the 200 EMA. They need to come grab that liquidity, activate those shorts, make a little pattern, fake them out, and then run. I want to be on that setup.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Sorry, Aymane, you can share your screen that I very rudely didn't want to
Yeah,
share.
let's leave him alone, all right, Jannie? Let him share his
No,
screen.
I pretty much
Yeah.
finished. Like I would try to.
No, you're not pretty much finished. He's just about to start. We're going to get a lesson from Aymane this evening about how to scalp properly. I wanted to ask you those before. Sorry, I mean I never give you a chance. You haven't even started. I'm already interrupting you.
Please, tell me.
Like your zones that you identify there, like all that. Is that? Do you draw that yourself? Is it an indicator? If you draw it yourself, like what's your process to get those on the chart?
So actually, I draw it myself, and I create an indicator for it just to help me identify them. So if you can see here, let me show. I think it's yeah, I create this indicator here just to help me to draw the zone. But most of the time, like I draw it just without any indicator, nothing. But the way I draw the zones is just, for me, it started with smaller time frame. So a lot of times it started. No, the idea of those zones, it started from smaller time frames. So when I was in smaller time frames, and let's say we are here, let's say go back here. So we are here pushing lower. So this next candle, let's say when it was created, it was going lower, 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 like maybe a couple of seconds before the closure, and then we came back and closed bullish and had continuation. So here for me, it's interesting zone. Something happened there that for me, when the price will come back, retest and see on the delta something that I like, absorption or something, I can take buys from here. So this is from where the idea of those zones started, and it's just simple zones like you can find here, for example, this zone right here. So we took this previous week, goes bullish, have continuation. I draw them on the 1 hour, 4 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, and same also for the daily, weekly. As you can see here, for example, we have this, what I call it, unmitigated zone. So we didn't test it. Like there is this area right here. So yeah, so the same thing. We took this previous week, closed bullish, and we went higher from here. Same thing here, but here we mitigate the area, let's say. So we came back, retested before we go. So here it's less, let's say, less powerful when we already tested one time. So yes, we could have another push to the upside, but it's already happened here. So the same thing here. Like that's why, like when the price was going lower on the, let's say everyone was saying Black Monday. Of course, I thought also we will break it, but this area hold because it was not mitigated. It's the first time we're touching it. And yeah, I do the same thing on the weekly, the daily. On the daily, we have it here, just it's lagging a little bit. The 4 hour here, same thing, took this previous week, closed bearish. And of course, you have to add context to it. Not every demand or every supply is good. For example, yesterday I was more into short.
Sorry.
Something happened. Some big movement.
We get now. If you look at the 1 minute, we got that breakout, and now it's a retest. I'll show you quickly.
Yeah. Yes.
So it needs to kind of just go back up. But there's 10 minutes in the 1 hour. We'll see what happens here. Let me see. You see, that's the breakout and the retest. And I'm going to take it there. You see that? The breakout and the retest.
Yeah.
We'll see. We shall see. We shall saw. Really, what you need to do is you want to wait for the candle to close, which is another 20 seconds. But that's basically. So if you look here, so the last closed hour here on the 1 hour closed candle is bullish. The same with the 15-minute, but not on the half an hour. But I just want 2 out of the 3 to line up. Just 2. I don't need 3. I just need 2 out of the 3. And I'll actually explain that on Forex as well now. You see now, really, I need to wait for this breakout, this candle to break out, this new candle to break. And you see, that's really the correct entry. It was pretty close. So we'll see if this trade goes all the way up there. Yeah, what is the footprint telling you there, Aymane?
Like in terms first of the context and structure, it's gonna break.
I'll zoom it in so you can see it properly there. Okay. So yeah, so the stop loss is obviously, I'm going to reduce my stop loss to below that candle. Okay, because to me that would be when the trade fails. So this is also, typically I would move my take profit much higher, but I don't really like the fact that we are, it's this time of the day and but the setup,
big cluster just created, like 90.
Big cluster. How big is the cluster? Tell me. How big is the cluster?
90, 100.
Yeah, looking good.
Yeah.
All right. Oh. So yeah, that's good. Come on, big boy, you can do it. Come on, Nazi. I believe in you, boy. There we go. There we go. I'll just move this up a little bit. Not break even. See, this is where like I don't really move my stop loss. Okay. Well, I do. I mean, in terms of I don't break even or things like that. I would just let it rip either direction. Okay, but you see now on the 15-minute, we're now into these wicks now. But yeah, I just wanted to show you, Aymane. So what I like about these, like looking at multiple time frames, is so yeah, the last close candle was bullish. On the half an hour, not, but on the 15-minute, the last candle was bullish. So you've got 2 out of the 3 agreeing with each other. Now, this is very, very similar in Forex. I'll show you now in a minute, or even Bitcoin or any other market. Not everything will always agree with each other. Oh, just give me my profit, man. Doesn't want to do it. Doesn't want to do it. Did you get the idea? What's are the sellers coming in there, Aymane? Talk to me.
We have to wait 5 minutes candle to close. Let's switch to 1 minute.
All right. Doesn't mean anything to me, but sounds good. Doesn't mean I'm not really into athlete's foot charts or whatever you call it. Okay. There we go. Got it. Nice. Yeah.
Good one.
All right.
Hey, gotta love it.
But what I was going to show you, which is very similar, is probably going to anyway.
About the charts that align Bitcoin and also.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at, say, Bitcoin, for example. Remember you were talking about the daily doesn't really look, nice. Or whatever you said. Is it like, so for me, you won't always get clarity on the daily time frame. It won't always be clear, right? So if it's not clear, then you have to disassemble the daily candle. And the way to disassemble is you look at the 4-hour chart, because it will give you a breakdown of what how the 1 hour or the one daily or the daily candle has been constructed. Okay, you can see the breakdown of that on the 4-hour. Does that make sense? So like this double bottom can't be seen on the daily. You see, it can't be seen on the daily. But if you break it down, if you go to the 4-hour, you can see how the daily candle has been put together. It's like a breakdown. It's almost like opening the bonnet. It's like, all right, okay, it's made out of 6 components, 6 4-hour candles. You can see how it's constructed. It's very, very similar to, that's my approach with all strategies, including this. Right? So the half an hour time frame tells me it's bearish. Do you see that? I'm not sure if you can see this half an hour candle. The last close candle. I always look at the last close candle. So this current, what have I done now? Okay. So the last closed bearish candle, the last closed 30-minute candle is bearish. If you just look at this time frame, you would probably say go short. Yeah? But if you look at the 1 hour time frame, in this particular case, you can see that, well, the last close candle is bullish. I'm not sure if this is making sense, but what I'm trying to say is that you, like on Forex and Bitcoin or whatever I trade, you just want to have, I just need two time frames, maybe 3 time frames to agree with each other, but with a very strong catalyst. So like what is the main reason for the trade? The main reason. So is it, if it's an engulfing candle in the middle of a range, that's not a good catalyst. That's a very weak catalyst. But something, I'm just using the example.
Sorry to interrupt you. Like, for example, if the 1 hour...
I'll forgive you, and then I interrupt you. Sorry about that, Aymane.
Yeah, like just if the 1 hour gave you like a bearish time, like, and the 15 minutes, and so the bigger time frame gave you like bearish, but still are you still gonna take?
I will still, yeah. If the 1 hour is bearish, but the half an hour and the 15-minute is bullish, I would trade the 1 minute in a bullish direction because I've got 3 out of the 4 times agreeing with each other. Does that make sense?
It's not the bigger time frame. Okay, yeah.
It's not the bigger time frame. It's just at least any two of these three. Any two of these three needs to agree. So in this case, it was the 1 hour and the 15-minute. The half an hour disagreed, but that's fine. Then we got. So what do I? If I get that the bullish candle on the 15-minute and the half an hour, the only exception is if like this bullish candle or the 1 hour was at a resistance area, then I will ignore it. Then I won't go long. I will then wait for a breakout confirmation. Like it needs to be. Like you see this arrow here, that arrow just means it's confirmed, it closed above. So I need that on the, if it's closed. But if it's like yesterday, I think you were taking a short right at the support level. It was bearish, you were correct. But if I see that it's very close to a support level, then that is the only exception. Then I'll go, okay, it's not a good setup. Just wait a bit. Right. So, but anyway, but in this last trade, like you get the last close candles bullish, that's bearish, 2 bullish. Now I want the 3rd time frame, the 1 minute to agree. There was the breakout. That was the retest. Breakout retest on everything. Breakout retest, ladies and gentlemen.
Retest. Yeah, the S&P not finna, it's not about to set up. So I'm gonna take this alert off here. It's done. Pass on that one for today. Save my money.
What is save your money? What's the dollar CAD doing? Let's have a look. Man, your trade is like it's moving quite nicely.
Yeah, it's pretty
Where's your
much
take
right
profit?
there.
Where's your take profit?
I got my TP pretty low, to be honest. It's all the way at 37.65.
Oh man, that's like next week kind of level.
It won't get there today.
37.60. Yeah.
Yeah, it won't get there today.
Oh man, you know what I like about you, Michael, is your ambition. You are ambition, man. That is a very ambitious trade. That's very ambitious. That's a big. I mean, this is. But the thing is, like, right? It's not. It's completely realistic. It's just Easter. And it's kind of Friday. No, I'm telling you, it's dead, right? And the time of the day, it's like nobody wants. Hey, you never know. Maybe it kind of.
But the funny thing is, there is momentum. Like there is a lot of.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. This is. I'm quite impressed with this. Oh man, really? There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
That's it. So
with the 4 hour
S&P
candle, you see. S&P. What about the S&P?
No, remember I was saying I was waiting for it to possibly set up. It's done. I'm not even looking at it anymore. I'm gonna take this alert off. So I don't care what happens. I don't even want to deal with it today.
Well, at least
I'm
we
bad
got.
with not putting my. I'm bad with not taking my alerts off. I get an alert. I'm like somewhere else or whatever. I'm like, oh, what's happening? I'm like, oh, this doesn't mean anything. I forgot to delete the alert.
All right. Well, I think that your dollar CAD trade will at least give you some profit. It's probably not going to go all the way, but at what point are you would you consider breaking even? I just I admire your courage, Michael. I admire your courage of this. Oh, so by the way, the pound US dollar trade I took yesterday in the session. Remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
It was a break even. I nearly shared my screen. It's already. Sorry.
As long as you didn't lose any money, that's what matters. So my break even is at 38.28, and it's at 35, so about 7 pips away from it. Actually, it might hit it before we get off.
I don't even know what the date was. Okay, this is when we enter the trade. I'll show you quickly. Sorry. It was this. This is obviously before the big man kind of shared with us his thoughts. Where was it? What? Huh? It was like a bullet. Yesterday was the 16th. Yeah. I'm on the 15th, man. It's been a long week, man. What can I say? 17th, 16th. Man, am I like dreaming? I'm pretty sure I took a trade yesterday.
Wasn't that yesterday? Today's Thursday.
No, yesterday.
17th. So 16th.
The first.
Oh, there we go. There we go. This was this. This is it. This is it.
Yeah, this big week, I remember.
Yeah, this was it. Right, and it came very close to the stop loss. That was it. I got in there because of that strong rejection, and I just got out at. It was actually like I think it was like $80 or something. I can probably have a look, can't I? Let's have a quick look, ladies and gentlemen. It was. Was it that one? Yeah. It was less than 99. It shows 99. It was less than that. It was 80, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, so that was a break-even trade. Just to confirm, so if I don't know if anybody took it, but I honestly thought it was going to be a loss because it was that Powell having a speech. But luckily, I was very lucky there, I think, for it to reverse. And I'm like, and I remember I said, look, I think, Aymane, you asked me, like, what's your take profits? Like, break even? My target is break even. Yeah. It was also the time of the day played a role in that.
Yeah. These later sessions, like, I feel like for me, it's Tuesdays when I'm doing session 2. You know, still action and still stuff going on, but session 3 is a bit later. So some of the moves have already happened for the day, so you got to be.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, especially, I mean, we spoke about this before. The last 4 hours of the New York session is not a good time for Forex. What is the yen pairs? Do you trade the yen pairs or not? Oh.
Yeah, I trade them all. If they set up for one of my 5, I trade them all.
Yeah, but how many do you look at? Or...
Man, like 30.
30 pair? Like, wow.
Man, that's a lot of that's a lot of pairs.
30 of them.
Do you get like, don't you kind of find it a little bit, I don't know, sometimes it kind of say the euro dollar and the pound dollar giving you like a very similar opportunity, and we're like, oh, which one do I pick? Or say the dollar CAD short and the pound US dollar long, or does that not happen when there's like 4 or 5 pairs lining up at the same time? Does that happen or not really?
Yeah, so for me, I got my filter is so high. Like, keep in mind, I'm only taking 2 to 4 trades a week. So for 4 trades to happen in a day, that's like that never happened. I'm missing something. Like, something is off.
Well,
I was just curious.
Sorry, breaking news. breaking news. Trump said something, and we are breaking high. Let's see what he's saying. Yeah, he
Breaking.
said if nations don't want to make a deal, we will make it for them. And NASDAQ is breaking higher.
Oh wow! So my
That's
USD CAD trades.
that's
Yeah,
literally
you're-
what he said. He said if nations don't want to make a deal, we will make it for them, and the market reacts positive.
Yeah, not massively though. Not massively though. What do you think? You think that's a big move? That's not a big move, is it?
No, not a big move, but just
No, my
It's-
USD
there is
CAD
there
trade
is a
just
small
went
reaction,
pretty far.
Yeah, this is
Thank
like lower or higher.
Yeah,
that?
it went further in profit. It just hit my
Okay.
break even, so I just moved it to break even just now.
The dollar CAD.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've placed how many trades did we place in this session? 3 or 4, something like that.
I think we
Yeah.
everyone
All
I
of
think
them
got one in. Yeah.
Yeah, all successful as well. Great stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just the New York, the London session trades. We don't do a session during the London session, but there are some great opportunities there. And like the pound US dollar today, that was just an awesome kind of move. And look at this, it doesn't always. I mean, this freaking pullback. I'm still upset about that. It will take me the whole weekend to get over that. Kind of sucks to give half your profits back, but anyway. But right now, I mean, Michael, have you ever tried to like trade your strategy on smaller time frames, like the 15-minute or the 1 minute or the 30-second?
So the lowest I'll go is the 15-minute.
Yeah,
The
Yeah.
lowest.
Yeah, the lowest. That's the lowest I'll go. Which is funny enough because my strategy, it is actually fractional, so it does appear on all time frames. But mainly for me, anything closer than below the 15-minute is just, it's a lot of noise and wicks in there for me. I didn't have too much success. So out of my 5 setups, only one of them I trade actively on a 15-minute, which is my ID50 move. But the other 4 is on a 1-hour chart.
Yeah, you see, for me, like I like to identify them on longer time frames, but the 15-minute is great for entry. It's not great for identifying opportunities.
Agreed.
That's pretty. That's kind. But that's not always possible. Like if the 15 is a little bit too, like the wicks are too big and it's a bit difficult, then it just makes sense to go up to the 1-hour time frame. Sometimes even the 4-hour time frame. If it's, I don't really like to enter on the 4, based on the 4-hour because it's intraday. I want to get out before the end of the day, unless it's a nice little.
Let me show something really quick.
Yeah,
I want to show something really quick on the 15-minute chart, and this is exactly what I mean, right? When I say it's all the same, and the word that I use, I'm sure it might be another one, it's fractional, right? You can trade all of this stuff on the same thing, right? Like this is the same thing I look at on a 1-hour chart. This is the 15-minute chart, right? I got my 5200 cross here, right? That lets me know I'm looking for M's off the 200. And what do we have here? We have a nice M looking structure off this 200 EMA, right? My next move is for this to break this zone here, right? Come back, retest it, right? And go short. It's the same move, just on another time frame. Right?
Yeah.
Like this, if you didn't see that this said 15-minute, you wouldn't even know that this is the 15-minute chart. It looks the exact same. Right?
Yeah.
It looks the exact same.
Yeah. And it is the exact same. Like all the patterns and everything else kind of plays out on any time frame. You see, this is also why I say if again, like opportunities that you identify on the daily or the weekly, if it's not clear on the daily, the 4 hours is solid. The 4 hours is very solid.
I like the 4 hour.
Yeah,
the only thing is with the 4 hours, it just takes a longer time to make these moves, right? But just check this out. So same exact thing. This is the 4-hour chart on the USD CAD, right? What do we have? Well, this is a little ugly because we got this long range, but excluding the range, right? Let's just kind of exclude that. That's why I wouldn't trade anything in here. This is hideous. But we do have this cross here, 1350 cross, right? Then we got this same M pattern, right? M short. It's the same thing. It don't even matter what time frame it's on. This will always show up the same exact, basically.
But the only thing with the 4 hour, I suppose, is like you're gonna have to deal with swaps and spreads, overnight spreads, and that kind of stuff.
That takes forever, and that's what I don't like. That's what I don't like, because I've been in trades, right, where I've been in trades where I'm up or I'm at break even, right, and it's good to go, and then the 4 or 5 o'clock comes, depending on the time zone, and then they widen the spread, because I understand that that's one of the tools that they use. Like they market makers and the people who move in this, they only have so many like tools in a utility belt, basically. And one of them is the spread. To widen the spread around that 5 o'clock time where we call it the session changeover, right? So in essence, the spread looks like this the entire time, right? 1-2 pips. But soon as 5 o'clock comes, it looks something like this. They go all the way up, and then this comes down, they go all the way down. So if you get caught in this, this is a huge spread. This could take you out easily. And imagine being at break even, and it takes you out, and you're supposed to be up. Like soon 6 o'clock comes, and it's down here, and you're like, no, it took you out when it really didn't have to. You just got caught in the spread in that session changeover. This time frame from what is it, 5 to 6 is dangerous. Dangerous. And what's even worse is if you're not at break even and it stops you out and then it goes your way. That hurts. That hurts.
It's not the greatest feeling for sure. Well, it's almost like I mean,
that's happened to me so many times. They're like, it's like, oh my god, man, that's why I don't. If I am going to trade like into the next session and I'm swing trading it, it's on a higher time frame. I'm definitely trading the higher time frame where, the let's say the spread might be 20-30 pips, but my stop loss is 50-70 pips, right? So there's no way that you can really come all the way up there unless they did something real gangster, is what I would call it.
Real gangster, yeah.
Yeah, real gangster. Like,
I agree with you. I just quickly want to show you. You see on the 1 minute time frame here, this is the one standard deviation, VWAP one standard deviation, and that's typically. I will not take this trade. Okay, obviously I haven't, but the reason for that is because I only have one time frame agreeing with it. See that? So I wouldn't take that. So typically, what happens? That's exactly what happens when you get to, say, the 2 standard deviation as well. The 2 standard deviation is typically a good support resistance, but a lot of times what happens is it will just hug that 2 standard deviation and just doesn't retrace. It kind of keeps, following the 2 standard deviation. Okay, and that's because you are not in sync with what's happening on the longer time frames. Yeah,
right.
So
I can see that.
Like, no, in this case, obviously it did reject, but it's not the same. Like if I had say the 1 hour and perhaps the 15 minute or something like that, then I would probably short that. But this is not a good opportunity for me. The way I trade.
Yeah. What is your like A+ setup? Is it the retest you just took, or there is some
A+ setup is right at the open. The first 15 minutes of the open breaks through.
You trade the open?
No. I don't trade the first 15 minutes. But my A+ setup would be if it's kind of really small ATR, the pre-market, market open. Well, I suppose that doesn't really matter. Point is, first 15 minutes of the market open, it breaks through a support level with confirmation on all 3 time frames, and then a pullback on the 1 minute time frame to VWAP and all that. They are beautiful. That's when you get really, really big boosts. But you probably get them 3 times a month.
And And your stop is same 20 points also. Same.
No, that one I'll go. I mean, the stop will be the same based on the 1 minute, based on the entry, but the take profit will be based on longer time frames. And then I'll aim, and then I'll really look and focus on where we are here with the pivot points, the pivot point S1, S2, and that kind of stuff. I will focus on, or maybe it just depends on where we are on the chart on the different time frames. But maybe a support level on the 1 hour or something like that. It will be based on a longer time frame. Then you can get a really, really nice risk reward ratio. But they, as I said, they happen like maybe 3 times a month. It's not a. The other setups are they like bread and butter setups. It's like 1 to 1.5s and around that kind of risk reward ratio, really 1 to 2, whatever. How about you? What does your A+ setup look like? Let me give you the screen, Aymane.
Finally.
Finally, getting an opportunity.
Finally. So my A+ setup is, first we have to be in an area that is not mitigated. What I mean with that is we didn't touch it. And it have to align also with the timing. There is few things. There is the area, for example, let's say here, this one, and it aligns also with the time we are, let's say, on the NY session. And I see something like on the footprint, like big clusters on the top of the candle, and then let's say big bullish candle. Take previous week, close bearish, and then let's say take a sell with a 5 minutes and 3 minutes confirmation. What I mean with 5 minute, 3 minutes confirmation is this sort of candles here that took this previous week, close bearish. And we have, for me, like I get this setup 2-3 times. 2-3 no, 2-3 times a week.
Oh,
2-3,
okay.
2-3 times a week I get this sort of setup, and we saw it like today. It was that setup. Like it was. Let me show. Jannie didn't give me time to show my today's setup.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right, Aymane. And what we're going to do to make up is like when we end this session, you can continue for at least another half an hour. How's that?
Smart move. Yeah.
Sorry, Aymane, carry on, mate.
Yeah, so just we have an area, let's say we had the supply right here to previous week, close bearish, and we had continuation. And when we came back to this area, so 5 or 3 minutes. So we got it here. For me, I hesitate because of the delta. I saw big cluster here at the low of the candle, so I waited a little bit here. And then I saw there is no buyers here, and I entered somewhere on the next candle. And stop loss was like somewhere here. Normally, if I want to be like more conservative, my stop loss should be here. But for me, it's just a little bit of too much. Just not here right away, but a little bit higher. Yeah, but normally it should be, let's say, here or even here. Yeah, but because I am using the delta and the footprints and the 3 minutes and 5 minutes, that's why I make my stop size. Otherwise, I would just, let's say, check the footprints, and when I see like it starts absorbing here, and then I will enter here. But I wait for more confirmation to get, let's say, a tighter stop loss. So
let me ask you a question, Aymane. Sorry to interrupt you. I say one of the most repeated sentences you'll hear on when I'm on is "sorry to interrupt you." Right? But I wanted to ask you.
That is true, Jannie.
There you go. But I was going to ask you, Aymane, is like, have you ever like looked at a setup like your A+ setup, and then you look at your footprint chart, and you don't see it on the footprint chart, and it does move. You do get the move, but you couldn't pick it up on the footprint chart, or how do you handle that if you see it's moving and you don't get confirmation on your footprint chart, or is it a case of you always get confirmation?
Actually, it's a good question, because there is a lot of times that, let's say, I don't see any absorption on the footprint chart, and then the price move really smoothly. Or I don't get a confirmation neither on the 5 minutes or 3 minutes, and then the price move smoothly. So we have this type of situation. Well, how I deal with it, just I have those rules for something. So just
I thought you're gonna say how I deal with it is I just have a few beers afterwards. That's not it. That's how I deal with it. Anyway, carry on. Sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
Yeah.
Carry on.
So it happened, like, and that's why I start maximum to stay away from Mondays and Fridays. This is my just my experience with Mondays and Fridays. Just the price, it's not moving the same way like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's just my
Monday and Fridays are trap moves. That's why.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
What's a trap move, man? Is it when it goes to support? You think it's support and it's not support?
No, it's a you think it's a continuation from the previous week, like on Monday, right? And then Monday, let's say from last week, right, on Friday, Sunday, and then Monday come in, you think they're going to continue, and that's where they trap traders in that direction, whether that's long or short, peak low, peak high, they trap them there, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is typically the trend move that you're really looking for. And then Friday, they do the same thing. They go the other way, or fake the other way, and trap traders for over the weekend.
Yeah, and
very
also,
interesting.
Yeah, it's correct. It's correct, and also
I just look at the charts, man.
Say,
sorry.
Yeah, like when you are trading like enough years, like NASDAQ or any asset, just you build an intuition that you feel that okay, the price is moving not the same way. Let's say on Mondays, not like during the week. This is how
yeah, you see for me it's like I don't even think in those terms. I don't think, oh, people are gonna get trapped here, I just don't. That's not kind of part of how I think. When I just like, okay, this is what's happening. Okay, let's have a look at how price behaves here and there, at the trapping and all that,
and how you do when there is a market change, like there is increase of volatility, or there is like the type of the market, like type of conditions that changing, how you deal with it. Because I think you have
exactly like I did with the pound US dollar. Like if you look at the pound US dollar, a lot of people would say it's really far, it's overextended and so on. But as I mentioned in yesterday's session, we know that we are not in normal kind of conditions, and that we've been getting like twice the size of ATR moves on the pound US dollar. If you look at gold as well. So that's why I mentioned yesterday, like even though it looks like it may form like a doji candle on the daily, don't think it's going to reverse from here. And it would make more sense to focus on that retest level, even though it looks very far extended. Does that make sense? So that is adapting to, that is adapting. So you kind of like, you look at the markets every day, you are in sync with what's happening. You can also, when the markets are slowing down, you kind of know, okay, it's very slow. It's been slow for the last couple of days, and you just adapt to that. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, but
for me,
nobody's trapped. For me,
no, they do trap them. They definitely trap them for sure. Because what happens is traders have their orders on opposite sides, obviously, right? And all right, let's start here. You do believe in market makers, right, Jannie?
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Come on, that's a real thing. Yeah.
Okay.
I called them last time. You remember, Michael?
Yeah, exactly. When you made my trade move. Thank you.
No, they called you, Aymane. Come on, Aymane. Be honest here. They called you. It was a margin call. Come on. Sorry.
No, but seriously though, they have orders on both sides, and there's like they can see the orders, and it's their job. This is their main job, is to run the books. If it's more money on the upside, they go get it. If it's more money on the downside, they go get it. So there are patterns and footprints on the chart. And
do you think that's what happened on the pound US dollar? Do you think that's what? Remember that? Do you think that's potentially what happened? Aymane, can you please remove that very messy chart of yours? I'm joking. It's a beautiful looking chart. Nothing wrong with it. But I'm going to show just what I mean. Yeah. I wanted to ask you, Michael, do you think that's what this is? Because I obviously, again, that's not really how I look at it. But yeah, it's market makers, all of that. Definitely. It's kind of, it's a real thing. But
yeah,
this
so that's actually when I would say mentor was actually market maker for 20 years. Like,
oh yeah. Oh. Yeah,
that was my mentor, Steve Moore on Cartoon. Yeah, it's market makers for 20 years. They actually, that cycle that I draw, that's from them.
So what I was going to ask you is, do you think that was the case here with the pound US dollar that was ranging to the side for nearly a month, building up a lot of kind of capital to break out, and then here's all the money right here?
Yeah,
there's a lot of stop
collecting contracts. The same thing that how it happens in Asia, right? When there's an Asia range from 5 Eastern to midnight, 12 p.m. or a.m. That's 7 hours. They're collecting contracts. Yeah, that's part of the cycle. Is consolidation, collecting contracts. They building up the books so they can, before they run, whether they're going long or short, they hit the other side first, right? If they want to go long, they're going to hit it short first because there's pending orders short. So they want to activate those orders to build up that liquidity even more and then run the other way. That's why we have trends. They're real trends. They got to get up out of there, that zone.
I didn't even see Robert. You've actually.
Robert.
When did you know? Because it was a minute ago.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. You have he has an idea. There's I'm doing super bad on my prop accounts and sending opposite trades to my real accounts.
He's hedging.
Everyone has this thought process, right? Like, yo, I'm not doing good. I'm gonna take the opposite of what I want to do. Everyone has this idea.
Yeah. Do you think that's a real thing at brokers, for example, when they go, oh man, these 90% people kind of lose all the time. I'm going to take the opposite side of their trades.
Of course.
Yeah.
100%. That's what they have a lot of data, right? They have a tons and tons of data.
They don't
it's
even
not that straightforward.
Take the opposite. They don't even take the opposite. Like they are fully like B-book. So just white labels or something.
Do you guys know about A books and B books for prop firms? A books and B books?
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. If you're a profitable trader, they will take your trades. If you suck, they're taking the opposite side of your trade.
If you suck, look, you can't just take the opposite side of the trade. It's not that simple because it does depend on like where's your stop loss and take profit. Because remember the spreads kind of screws everything up. Yeah. So if you are just like if you want to take 5 per profit, I mean, if that's a stop loss, it's going to hit it quicker than the take profit.
So they have much data. They're on the data level of Mark Zuckerberg. That level of data.
But what I'm saying is, like, say for example, you have an EA, right? An EA. And it just consistently loses money, right? You can't just switch buy to sell and think you're going to now have a winning system. It doesn't work like that, right?
So that's what I'm saying. It's not just one person. It's thousands and thousands of traders that they built a system for, and then
I think it's a pretty complicated system. It sounds like it anyway.
It is.
It'd be interesting to see that model. Yeah, but anyway, guys, that is it for this session. Have a great Easter. Good luck with your Easter Easter egg hunting.
So I have to stay 30 minutes to finish my chart.
Yeah, Michael, you and I are gonna go now. Enjoy the rest of your session, Aymane.
Thank you. Happy everybody. Easter, Jannie, Michael.
Right.
Happy Easter, everyone. Guys. Thanks for watching. Have a good. Cheers. Take care.